Sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want you to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want you to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know.
Charmaine missed her Rickroll, I see. Hey, so whoops on there. Hey guys, welcome to the live, and Charmaine's back. So Aspen couldn't be here today, but so Charmaine's back from her daughter, of course, having the grandchild. And thank you for gifting 10 memberships. And we should hear Rickroll in a second anyway. We'll see when it comes out. Anyways, Charmaine, glad to see you back, and thank you guys for joining us. And we're going to get into it in just a few minutes. Let some people roll in. But anyways, so yes. So just to start off, how was your trip? Well, your grandbaby was born, I know, towards the latter end of your stay there.
Yeah. So she was supposed to be induced on Friday, and my daughter had pneumonia. So they kept putting it off. And then finally on Tuesday they induced her. She had 4 hours of labor, pushed for 5 minutes, and hairy little baby came out. She was 7 pounds, 8 ounces, and absolutely perfect. And everybody's doing just perfect.
My son was 8 pounds, 7 ounces, reversed. Wow. Yeah.
But she was like 2 weeks early too. So had she baked the entire time, she probably would have been over 8 pounds. So.
Did you just say had she have baked the entire time?
I did, yeah. I did.
Let's quickly acknowledge. I just got to go to my own channel here just so I can see. I can look at it the other way, but I'll look at it this way. 1 second. I'll see who got those. Let me mute myself there. I just want to see who got those 10 gift certificates quickly. Okay? So let's see here. So let's start. I think Strictly Chaos got one. Peggy Day, Annette Munez, Tara Ann Debner, Joan, Princess Buttercup, Magdalene Moondragon, I think that says. Carrie Summers, Kimberly, and Jerry were gifted those memberships. I don't hear Rickroll going off for some reason. I wonder if StreamYards, but just for the sake of it, let's just play it because I don't hear it going off. Catch Day. There's your Rickroll.
Thank you.
I was born early. I didn't weigh a pound. Really?
Wow.
Seriously, Kara? Whoa. Anyways, so congratulations to Charmaine on that. Oh, hey, I want to show you. So yesterday, I'm working on a project for Sebastian, and I was working on it yesterday, but my husband came into the room and said, "Do you plan on doing it?" This was yesterday. "Do you plan on doing a live today?" And I was like, "Yeah, I was thinking about it." And he's like, "Well, do you want to go to the shop and make something or whatever?" Because he had, I should have taken a picture of his cutest little tractor, little wagon that he made yesterday. Anyways, this is what Sunny made, if you can see it. I made me a wishing well. See that? Little
Oh
wishing.
wow! That's what you sent a picture the other day.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I just went blurry. For Pete's sakes. 1 second. I go unblur myself. So I hate this camera for that purpose because it makes me. Oh, there. I think I'm back again. It makes me blurry. When I don't know. My other camera never used to do that, anyways. Yeah. So, yeah. She another grandchild. This is your what? Third,
Third and
third,
final.
and final from the one daughter.
Yeah, and my other daughter, she's not gonna.
Yeah.
She's not
Right.
gonna.
Exactly. So at least you got that. I don't got any grandchildren. I got one son. I don't know if they'll ever see grandchildren, to be honest with you, on there. Hi, sweet Chibi. Um, okay, so we're gonna do a few things today. Okay. There's a poll that you guys took, right? It says this is about Sebastian. How are you feeling about all three working together? About time, Team Sebastian. Unhappy, the Proudfoots are shady. I'm just going with the flow and adult up. Stop the inconsistencies. So 45% at the moment are about time, Team Sebastian. And then the second one would be I am just going with the flow on this. So in front of you, we'll talk about this first. So if you guys want to purchase one of Sebastian Rogers' shirts and help support and aid, in this search to help with funds, then I'll drop that link right there. The QR code up top is for the one that Seth Rogers started for the FBI involvement. Regardless, right? It's just about pushing. In order for things to ever change, you have to push, 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 push. So in saying that, um, let's just do a few hellos. Uh, I'm going back to the top here. It looks like. Whoa, way back, way back. Well, Farmer started hogging the chat there, I see. No, Elizabeth just wished that Seth would have expressed himself differently, and we'll get into that. Can be construed very negatively. I would like to thank whomever gifted him. So thank you. I don't think it was you, Charmaine. Was it? Was it maybe? I don't know.
No,
It might have been. Might have been.
could be.
Um, Seth. Seth had Cheryl saying Seth has every right to say and feel as he did. Either you're with him or you're not. I'll be with him for finding Sebastian. That's what's important. Absolutely agree with that statement myself. Um, Others can feel however they want to. If there's one thing I will not put up with in this chat is when let's say Seth is watching right now because sometimes he does definitely. He's been on the live once, but at the end of the day, Seth to me has done the epitome of what every parent should, and I will not tolerate any bashing at all, regardless, because to me, he doesn't deserve it. He's exhausted. He's tired. He's frustrated, but hopefully things are on a better note, with all of them the way it should have been from the start, um, working together. You don't have to like each other, but at least put differences aside. And we talked about this the other day when Seth was in chat, if they could put the differences aside and, even if it provides Seth with more information, right? Because once that whole GoFundMe stuff and, Christopher Pravel wasn't happy, with some family members attacking from the Rogers side and stuff like that, and the GoFundMe, and then the communication broke down because they said that they had a pact that they weren't supposed to do something without the other person, kind of knowing about it, and they were supposed to talk. Anyways, whatever happened, that broke down. And then Seth really wasn't in communication with Christopher Proudfoot and Katie. And so, obviously, for me personally, this is the way it should have been from the start. Because again, it's called adulting up, and it's not about a GoFundMe, right? It's not about another family member bashing. It was about Sebastian right from the get go. It was about the child, not about egos, not about anything else besides Sebastian. So I hope for everyone's sake that things get back on course. Um, So hi, Sharon Parker. We'll come back to you in a second there, Charmaine. Ella is in the house. CJK is in the house. What did you do? Holy moly. Holy moly. Sparrow's in the house. Positive vibes. Just giving some shout outs here, guys. Hi, Pinky. Streamlabs, of course. Uh, Farmer in the Dell. Charmaine again. Don't forget to thank Charmaine if you're in watching right now and you received a gift membership. Now you guys can use the Sebastian emojis for anyone that's a member. You guys can use the other emojis too, but the Sebastian emoji for the green heart. Necessary evils in the house. M cause. Sherry's in the house. Citizen Sleuth. Amy, hi Amy, and anyone that's new coming in, welcome to the channel. Anyone that's new that's watching this channel, by the way, you have the right to your opinion, but we don't tolerate like the bashing of family members and the victims and stuff like that. Like, and when I say family members, in this one, I think like it started off as whatever with Katie and Christopher, you know kind of thing, but then um I don't think that there's any channel out there that hasn't been criticizing them, to be honest, because of how they've shown. But in this particular case, it's we all know that lots of times there could be family involvement in certain cases. Not saying this one, but I'm just saying in general. Okay. And then there's people like Seth, who has been the epitome of what every parent should be. So we won't tolerate any bashing of that. Respect each other's opinions. You don't have to agree with each other. You can. I notice in a lot of channels, Charmaine, they say you're not allowed to bring up another channel.
Yeah.
I don't really get that myself, like big deal. So feel free to, if you need to bring up a channel name, feel free. I don't care. Like, even if I don't like the channel,
Mhm.
well, if it's to do with the Delphi and the trash channels, no, okay, those ones, no. But pretty much we're pretty good. We're pretty open here. Just try to bring out you guys facts, honesty, transparency with everything, and discussions. And again, knowing that everyone has the right to have their own opinion, but just keep it respectful. Simple as that. This is quite lovely, Sunny. I like to craft. Not great at it, but every once in a while, accident, I will churn out something nice. Hi, Kara. How are you? Sweet dude, Shibby. I think he missed you. He must have missed you, Charmaine. He's
Yeah.
probably in Happy Land right now. Mysterious crime. I think we said positive vibes. Yeah. I think, is there anybody else? Sparrow, Sherry, Liz. Liz is in the house. Da, 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 da.
Angel,
Yeah.
Army Mom of
Wide.
Two.
A.
Angel and Army Mom of Two. Did you
Okay.
see
I just seen that one right now. Hello,
Citizens?
Army Mom of Two. Angels in the house. Yeah, yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay. So, um, stop screen. Charmaine.
Sunny.
Okay. We know that there's been some drama. Well, there's been some drama for a while. The other shit I didn't pay attention to whatsoever, to be honest with you, the Cajun Army stuff. Um, but in saying that, there's obviously some drama with Seth about how he spoke. Because so when I got home, and I looked at my phone, and I don't like using my phone. Um, Sharon Parker had sent me this thing about Seth Rogers, and that Christopher and Katie are working together now, and Seth Rogers, something about had said told people to f off or something like that. So I asked Sharon where that was coming from or da da da, because I knew there was a vigil. It was very short notice, but remember that little link that I sent you the other night, and it talked about the vigil quickly, and it talked about Friday, I think this upcoming Friday, wearing green, and I thought vigil. Oh, okay, and it was very short notice. Um, and so, anyways, um, what do you think about what do you think? Because anyway, I'll ask you what you think first, because we were just talking about this a little bit.
Well, like I told you, My personal thought is, like, we got that picture from Justin, Justin on TikTok or something. I can't remember exactly, but anyways, it was a picture of Chris talking to Seth, and the appearance of it, it looked like Chris maybe might have been aggressive or something. So to me, true empathy is putting yourself in somebody else's shoes and trying to understand what they were going through and perhaps why they acted a certain way. So for me, when I saw the picture and I put two and two together, I can understand coming out of a conversation like that, being a little bit more on edge, maybe a little bit frustrated. And maybe he didn't use the words that he should have used, but he's human. He's tired. He's frustrated. His son is missing. And the message he was trying to get across is like, there should not be a team Proudfoot. There should not be a team Seth. There is a team Sebastian. And if the Proudfoots want to join up with him to pool resources to help find their son, then so be it. And anybody that has a problem with that, I would question why. What harm could it do? Seth is not a stupid man. And we don't even know what this looks like yet, you guys. We don't know what kind of help is going to even come from them collaborating or whatever, if they have any other information that if they put their heads together, things could go differently. And we don't know what kind of involvement the Proudfoots are going to have now. So we don't even know what this looks like to be able to sit here and judge. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's good that they're coming together finally. It can't do any harm, is my opinion.
Absolutely not. In fact, it will bring Seth, which should have been united from the beginning. That's not what happened.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all for this, 100%. The thing is that if it went this way from the start, honestly, there wouldn't have been that same animosity towards Katie and Christopher, to be honest with you.
Well,
But
I don't know about that, because
well,
it's their statements, their inconsistencies that have kind of turned the public
after the
against
fact,
them. Because you
yeah,
remember, and I remember quite well, at the very, very beginning when they first did their first interview, I was saying, Chris to me seems a little aggressive, a little,
yeah, we
you
were
know,
talking about that, yeah.
but you were all about, this is real. I don't think they had anything to do with it. But then we listened and we watched and we see their statements change and their inconsistencies start to come out. This didn't
But
come from nowhere. They did it to themselves.
true enough. The thing with me is still to this day, I do not believe that there's involvement on Christopher's and Katie's part. To me, there was two separate things. There was whether they were involved or not, or about how the inconsistencies of their statements and stuff like that. Now, we talked about that, about Christopher's. I mean, we could see very well he had a dominating personality from the Duchess interview
Yeah.
right away. But did I feel like that? So I know Christopher Proudfoot's type, right? We all know the personality type that he is. It doesn't take very long to see someone's personality.
Mhm.
And then as time had gone on, the inconsistencies, because obviously we wouldn't have known it from the first interview, but we got to see this weirdness with the second interview even wasn't that bad. It's just that they told a little bit less in that interview than they did in the Duchess interview. She didn't bring up the flashlight, in that one. And I thought that was very strange. But then the third interview happened where they were holding hands. Okay, I still want to puke and gag every time I watch that whole rubbing of the hands like that, because put the camera elsewhere, but that did them no favors by doing that and saying that they were so emotional. Now, not to say that they weren't, but again, we're talking about a child here, right? Put your face to the camera out there, like to me, like a normal parent should do when they're begging people to help them look for their child. That part was the part that got me in that interview with the holding of the hands, is that Katie had said, well, like basically, we just want people to be out looking for our son. Yes, that's right. Your son, not our son, your son. So put your face to the camera. right? Instead of hiding behind it, I don't care how freaking emotional you are. You should be so emotional and distraught that your face should be up there in the camera, begging and pleading for everyone and every to help you out. That's what to me, because this isn't our child. People, creators take on cases that hit them at the heart. Maybe some for other reasons, who knows? But for the most part, most creators are taking something because there's some sort of a connection that made him want to talk about this case and stuff like that. And it's one of those things. But at the end of the day, for me, regardless of any of that stuff that went on, I'm just happy that if Seth and Katie and Christopher working together can do nothing but good. Okay. So hopefully they can keep it that way, because it is about Sebastian. And that was the whole point. And that's why I don't like to get into the drama side of it all,
Mhm.
because that's to me what Seth meant when he's saying about egos. Like for
Absolutely.
anyone, yeah, that anyone that has an ego, you know what, about this case, and you're making it about yourself, basically F off.
That's
Chances are, go ahead.
no, that's right. That's exactly what he was saying. And like I said, the situation he just came out of, maybe he didn't use the right
Wording.
terminology or whatever. But the message was, this isn't about me. This isn't about Chris and Katie. This is about finding Sebastian. So if you don't like it, F off. And I can't say I would have been any different. You know,
Mhm.
imagine if Chris's actual personality is what he's kind of come across as on YouTube, if that's who he actually is, and he was discussing something heatedly with Seth, and Seth walked away from that directly onto camera, he would have been elevated. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't blame the guy whatsoever. I don't.
No, I don't. And sweet dude, to answer you, basically they had a cordial relationship, pretty much. Chris Proudfoot made it seem like probably more nicety than it was, or not. I don't know. Seth didn't come off like he was quite on, like he didn't come across perception wise, like he was as cozy about, like, do you know what I mean? The relationship that way, meaning that they were cordial. That when Seth spoke, he spoke not to Katie, but to Christopher. And so they had a decently cordial relationship, you know. So that's, in a sense, that's not too bad, considering there's a lot of relationships out there where the parents can't get by themselves and put the kids in the middle of things because of their own hatred towards the other spouse and stuff like that. So they did have a cordial relationship. And like I said, Seth said that he spoke with Christopher, not Katie. Um, he was saying F off to those who disagree. Yeah, we'll be listening to Pascal as well. He was telling those who don't like it to act right. At the end of the day, you know, I don't, and I honestly did not pay attention to this. I knew it was going on, but why do people turn so badly? Seth, Seth at least kept his word and took his polygraph test, but it was right after that polygraph test that people wanted to twist that on him. That all of a sudden it was because it was inconclusive and he was tired in this. And then all of a sudden it seemed like this hate group were coming out, because all of a sudden he was, I don't even know. I don't really pay attention to that crap, because to me it was so ridiculous that people are turning on Seth. It's like, grab a freaking brain cell. Seriously? The guy's doing everything he possibly can, and people, instead of caring about Sebastian, they want to sit there and talk about, like I said, like, I don't understand that. Like Christopher Proudfoot, I understand people being frustrated and upset, because I mean that guy's like a yo-yo, right? He's like 1 minute saying this minute saying this minute saying this, blah 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 blah. But Seth at least, took the freaking polygraph test, and because it was inconclusive and because the guy's exhausted and tired and whatever, and people want to twist it all of a sudden, like, God, imagine being in the shoes of Seth and sitting there doing everything you can to put your face out there, to keep going on creators' channels, and to try to be a voice for your son. The man is literally a shell of a person right now. And people sit behind the keyboard and want to do that and treat people like that. I don't know. It just blows me away. What do you
Yeah,
think? Siobhan?
I agree. Like, we can't. How can you possibly judge somebody if you've never been through and you can't relate? And thank God I cannot relate to any of these people. So I would never want to be. I've been hooked up to a polygraph machine just as just in college, and it's not fun. So, and there's a reason why they're not admissible in court. There's
I
too many
know.
things that can affect the results. So it means nothing. And it probably would have meant nothing if he had passed it or failed it. Just too many people think, oh, he passed a polygraph. So
Well,
how many
yeah,
serial killers have passed a polygraph? If we're actually going to look into that side of things, it means nothing, guys.
yeah. I mean, apparently, um, and Gray Hughes, he was talking to Christopher Proudfoot, apparently, right? And you know, talking about the camera and the garbage truck and stuff like that. Now, Seth was the one who actually spoke up about the garbage truck. It wasn't Christopher Proudfoot at first. I mean, meaning that he just said that it wasn't flashlights, but he never said what it was. Seth was actually the one that told us that it was the garbage trucks. Now, so Gray Hughes said that he talked to Christopher Proudfoot. Well, we already knew where the camera was, but he gave him more information about, say, the garbage truck and say where it was. And he said that he had passed the polygraph test with PI. Now, actually, I don't even care anymore at this point. Do not care if he passed it, if he didn't pass it, in a sense, because again, if Seth didn't pass it, and people are jumping down his throat, it doesn't matter what Christopher does if he passes it or not.
Did I
It's
hear that
also,
right, though, that Chris passed his?
pardon?
Did I hear that right, though, that Chris
Yeah.
passed
Well,
his?
according to Gray Hughes, he was talking on the phone, and Gray Hughes isn't going to bullshit about this.
No,
Gray Hughes might be, not the most lovable person in the world for sure,
he
but
doesn't make shit up. He
he doesn't.
reports some stuff that maybe he shouldn't, and he's
Right.
rude to his people, but he
Right.
doesn't just make stuff up.
Make stuff up. So to me, I mean, and that's the thing is that it's not like Gray Hughes lying. It's whether if Christopher Proudfoot is actually telling the truth,
Mhm.
because he has shown that he doesn't tell the truth with it, especially with the polygraph part. So show like I'm not going to believe that he took one just
And
because
even
Gray
if he
Hughes is
did and he
saying that.
passed, does that change anything that he's done or
No.
said? Or do you know what I'm saying? It means nothing. It's just
Yeah.
it was
Well,
to appease the masses is the only reason, because law enforcement didn't ask them to do it, did they? Or TBI didn't ask them to do it
no.
originally.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things. It's like, in the public and stuff like that. Anyways, let's watch this clipping from Justin on TikTok. And I'll probably start it off so that he can do his little plug. So apparently he writes a couple of books as well, that look really cute. Anyways, um, well, I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, no, like, you know,
He
I
doesn't
mean,
just spin stuff. To me,
yes,
he
and
reports a
right.
little bit too much
You know,
sometimes, but
I was gonna say, Gray Hughes is, and I'm not very fond of his way of how he talks to people, but he tries to just tell it like it is, and he does it in his way, which I find somewhat quite offensive myself. The way he talks to people, you don't
yeah.
keep calling people idiots and morons all day long, and hey, but keep donating to me. But they do, But
They,
again, it's his gig, not mine. Charmaine, you idiot. No,
honestly, there's
like,
these websites and they're making money from people that want to be called names and stuff.
I know.
That's crazy. Like,
I know.
sign me up. But no, I'm just kidding. I would never. But yeah.
Israel, yeah. Okay, you guys, let's watch this video quickly, okay? Because Justin obviously was at the vigil. by the way, and that was about 30 something minutes long. And then, you know, he had talked to Seth. And, anyways, we'll just watch it together for a moment, okay, guys? So we'll do that. And which tab am I on? Oh, this one. And then we will watch after Pascal when Seth joined at some point there.
It wasn't the biggest crowd. There was about 35, 40 people there in all. Wasn't the biggest crowd because there wasn't a lot of notice. I got wind of it, I think, yesterday, and
we got to show this
for a little bit basically toxic. They have behaviors that aren't good for our family, so we made a difficult decision to go no contact.
One of his little books.
And it's a way that's easy to explain that to your kids in a way that is easy for them to understand and doesn't vilify the person. At the same time, just so y'all know, because I don't know if I've given y'all this stat, 26% of millennials and Gen Z are no contact with their parents. A pretty big number. Then after that, this goes into the importance of boundaries, and we all want to teach our kids about boundaries. And then lastly, my newest book is out. Surprise are okay, secret or not. I'm still waiting for the hardcover. This book is just what it says. It's teaching kids to not keep secrets, especially for adults. At the end, there's a Q&A that you can have with your kid, open up a discussion, a dialogue that goes in a little bit further. Depending on what is age appropriate and what you and the parent are comfortable talking about. Again, both of those can be ordered either through TikTok Shop or through the link in my bio, Justin, on TikTok.com. Now, if you are new here, if first time looking, I'm trying to grow this channel either here or on TikTok. But smash that subscribe button, smash that follow button. Definitely follow the channel because we do a lot of great things here. So with that said, let's get into it. So I arrived tonight to do the vigil. I got called by Seth to do the vigil for Sebastian Rogers tonight, which was at Beach High School. It was not a lot of notice, so it wasn't the biggest crowd. There was about 35, 40 people there in all. Wasn't the biggest crowd because there wasn't a lot of notice. I got wind of it, I think, yesterday, and then he was saying that they were trying to get it done. However, you know, we had to wait until basically today to get all the information, and then when you tried to post it in a lot of the groups, they wouldn't let you. So the next one's going to be in about 2 weeks, probably at Long Hollow Baptist Church if you're in the area, and I will keep you guys posted on that. But when I arrived, I took this picture. There is Chris Proudfoot talking to Seth Rogers. And I've seen a lot of the comments in this chat as I was waiting for this live to start, and in my video on TikTok and on here on YouTube that I've done. And I think a lot of y'all are misunderstanding what's going on here. So we're going to break that down for y'all tonight. I think a lot of y'all are misunderstanding the comments that Seth made. Seth has his own way of speaking. I thought when we recorded it, it was good. Perhaps the wording could have been a little bit different based on what I'm seeing and the way it's being interpreted. But we're going to get into that a little bit more. So first, I know that a lot of y'all are like, what's he talking about? What's this video that he's referring to? So I'm going to show y'all a couple things. The first thing I'm going to show you is the video that's in question where he's allegedly telling everybody to F off. And I mean, he is, but it's not in the way that y'all think. And we'll explain that. And then the next thing I'm going to show you after that, after we talk about that, is what he said at the end of the vigil, which, by the way, the entire vigil, for those of y'all who are interested in watching it, is on YouTube as well on my channel. It's been uploaded. You can go check it out. So without further ado on that, let me pull this up and let y'all just, give it a listen.
Me and Chris are putting our differences aside. It's not about our egos. It's about finding Sebastian. Me, Chris, and Katie will begin working together. And if everybody else could just fuck off and put your egos aside, help us find our son. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is the goal of this shit. If you can't get on that, get the fuck off.
All right. So you heard it. He's not telling people to F off. He's saying that if you can't get on the page of Finding Sebastian, F off. And let me kind of give you guys a little bit of context on this. Okay. So let me give you a little bit of context on this. Basically, he is coming off of, well, there's a lot to unpack here. Let me start with this, though. He's coming off of a lot of creators on this app, on Facebook, on other apps who have been just dogging him for the past week and a half. And he's aware of it. He doesn't necessarily get his feelings hurt by public opinion. And, you know, this has been a huge battle for him. You got to think where he's been. And this is me looking at it from putting a bias aside, okay? Because I've made it very clear on these posts when I've done videos that I'm not a fan of the Proudfoots. That's no secret. Okay? Not a fan of them. I've seen Seth out there searching every single day, and to me, actions speak very loudly. A lot of people in the comments are saying, I can't believe after everything Chris Proudfoot's done, everything Chris Proudfoot said, that they're willing to bury the hatchet and you know, put aside their differences. Putting aside your differences isn't the same as forgetting the issues. Putting aside your differences is he's got the battle of searching for his child. He'll probably be on here, by the way, tomorrow night or the night after, but it's putting away the differences to search for your child. Because if you think about it and you've been watching and you've been listening very closely, it is a battle. You have had Chris Proudfoot try to stop him from the GoFundMe. They've showed up and tried to make issues with every vigil, with every search, taking, you know, flyers off, having people follow. It has been a battle. So not only is Seth having to fight and look for his son and fight the authorities, fight law enforcement, fight all these people who are accusing him of things or whatever the case is on social media, and I'll leave that part at that. But he's also having to fight his ex-wife, and he's having to fight Chris Proudfoot, and it's exhausting. So at this point, Chris shows up, and I'll just be very candid from what I understand. I didn't witness this part, so I'm just going to tell you this is all secondhand. And apparently it started out really heated, really aggressive. They were not getting along. And then finally it got to the point where he basically said, look, at the end of the day, the bottom line is that we need to find Sebastian. And if we can put aside our differences long enough to find Sebastian, that's what's important. It's easier to work together than to have to fight another battle. And it's common sense, y'all. If you watch that video and you hear how he words it, he says, if you can't get on board with this, then F off. He's not telling you to like F off just because of whatever. He's saying that basically if you can't make it about Sebastian and not team Chris and Katie or team Seth, make it team Sebastian, then that's a problem. And again, this came from a discussion that we had literally a few seconds prior about the fact that there are people out there on various apps, various platforms that are picking sides and spending their whole time talking about Chris, Katie, and him and not talking about Sebastian. So you guys might not like the wording that he did, but that is the wording that he did. That's just what it is. So you set it aside until. And I'm looking in the comments. I'm seeing some of them scroll, and somebody said Seth has not been searched. In fact, you know, I'm going to pull it up. I have physically been out there with Seth while he searched. I have physically been out there. I've physically been out there. Sorry, I was coughing. He was out there searching today. I was not out there today. He was out there searching today. Seth has been out there pretty much every day. There's a search. Now, this week, there haven't been that many searches during the week. They picked him up this week, and they'll be out there tomorrow again searching. So that's true. The next thing I'm going to share with y'all is this. Let me get it pulled up real quick here. At the end of the vigil, Seth said something else, and I'm going to share that with you. I get it pulled up because this is what he said right before he made that video.
I appreciate everybody's support. Please, people, keep my son in your thoughts and prayers. Just need to find him. You know, his mama wants him back. I want him back. His family needs him back. Keep your hands up and your eyes open.
Y'all share his poster. You can pull his poster off anywhere. And what I'll tell you that you can't tell because he's wearing glasses is that he was literally in tears when he was saying that. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of people are not quite understanding what's going on here. And it's very easy to sit from, look, again, I'm not a fan of the Proudfoots. To me, the actions speak louder than words. I've not seen them search. I've not seen them do anything of value to find this kid. I have seen them battle Seth. Imagine that you are in a situation where not only are you trying to find your kid, but you're having to battle your ex at every step. And if you can make that go away, at least for a time being, wouldn't you do that? It's pretty self-explanatory. So to sit there and get mad over it when it's very clear to me what he said and where people are exaggerating what he said, I just don't think that that's fair. That's all. I tried to get him to come on tonight to talk a little bit more about it, but he was exhausted. His arm was in a lot of pain. He was going to try to get some sleep, but we might have him on tomorrow.
Leave that there for a second on there. So again, it just goes back to what we were saying from the start. Right. I don't blame him for saying it, to be honest.
Not at all.
He's a tell it like it is type of dude, you know. Again, he's been dealing with a lot of crap on top of looking for his son. And I honestly think, in a sense, this is how I'm kind of seeing it. You know, I say start Katie, Christopher, and Seth off on a new slate, in a sense. We're not going to forget what Chris or Katie has done or not done or said, and inconsistencies. We're not going to forget about that. But at the end of the day, again, right? Like, for instance, I would like a full and complete timeline, please. You know, and Seth now, you know, if they're working together, you know, like I said, you know, just the time by time, in a sense. Like, you know, about the garbage can stuff. We know about 6:30 they left. But, you know, it would have been nice if by now we would have heard, okay, you know, like, you know, we got up about 9 o'clock, you know, headed off to BJ's, you know, the actual timeline. Mm-hmm. The thing is that when you want the people's help, right, with that usually comes a little bit of give and take, for sure. When you're asking for the public's help, especially in the true crime or anybody's help, again, you know, I don't think it was too much to ask for Katie and Christopher at some point just to give more of a detailed timeline to make the public happy, considering you're wanting everybody's help to help find your child. Because the thing is that what everyone is trying to figure out here, right? And this is the point. It's about Sebastian. What everyone's trying to figure out is, okay, if we have this timeline and this timeline and this type of thing, this is what we have to work off. A bit clearer picture. So, which helps stop the people that want to make shit up along the way stuff. And then you stick to the best knowledge that we could possibly know, knowing that we're not going to get it from Sumner County Sheriff's Office or TBI. They're only going to give us the information that they want to give us. But the true timeline comes from Katie herself, in a sense, for the most part. And so everyone is trying to understand, okay, about the dog scent. And, you know, did it truly go over to the pond? Thank you, Carrie. I see that coming in there. Thank you very much for that super sticker. Appreciate that. Thank you. But everyone, we're all trying to understand what happened. Like, how is it possible that there was no sightings and whatever? Now, Seth has kind of made the comment that, you know, and we do kind of know this, that say Katie and Christopher have seen videos from the neighbors and stuff like that. Other YouTubers have talked to neighbors, but, you know, again, to have a better picture, because everyone is trying to understand what happened to Sebastian. And without those little details in there, that's when people can really go on their own speculations of stuff, but usually once you have a clear picture, then you can make the most sense out of it. Anyway, what do you think, Charmaine?
I agree with you completely, but I don't know that it's I think that it's a little too late to get a concrete timeline from the start of this until now, just because as soon as you start looking back and trying to remember things get misconstrued in your own mind.
Oh, one second. One second.
Gary Summers super chat.
Hers went off, Charmaine.
It's
I
just
don't
my roll, I guess, doesn't
I
work.
don't know why the Rickroll one glitched on you.
Well, I mean, I didn't want to sit through 10 of them anyways. I just
Me
wanted
neither. So I was kind of happy that I
yeah,
just put one for you just to give it to you.
me
Okay.
too.
So go ahead. So sorry.
But yeah, I just feel like there's so many times where we all talk about trusting our gut instinct and our intuition, but that's like your immediate feeling, and once you start putting thought into it, that changes what actually was the feeling or what actually happened. So she could be mixing memories up, and so I don't think that we're going to get an accurate timeline right now. I think the most accurate timeline, if we want to believe Katie, it's going to come from her first version. And then when she starts adding to stuff, that could just be, it could be real, it could be
Right.
accurate, but it could also just be misplaced memories trying to make things fit and make sense in our head. So could be true, could not be true. And that's for law enforcement to figure out with CTV, surveillance video and evidence in the house or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't think there's any way that
Well,
we're going to know what the proper timeline is, because number one,
well,
we didn't
yeah.
hear until, what was it, 8 days later? She didn't come out and do an interview.
Well, the both of them, to be
Yeah.
honest, they were asked not to, so I understand that. If they were asked not to, and then pretty much a week later, the Proudfoots came out. The next thing you know, we started seeing Seth everywhere as well, and then it just
So
kind of kept there.
unless she took notes, which would be something I would do, and I mean I can't relate, so maybe not. Maybe I wouldn't even think of taking notes in that situation. But unless she sat down very close to the very beginning and wrote everything down as she remembered it, I just don't see anything being accurate. And that's no slight, no shade on Katie whatsoever, because if her son actually walked away, if she actually doesn't know, then her mind is probably going in a million different directions. How could anybody be expected to remember everything when your mind is, I don't know,
Right.
man.
I mean,
I've looked back and I've thought about like certain things, and I've done this for years and years. Would I be able to remember what clothes my kids put on before going to school one day, with the hectic life of getting up, getting them ready, getting their lunches ready, and then going off to work, and they're going off to school? If I was in panic mode and they were missing, would I remember exactly what they were wearing that day? And I don't know that I could. My memory is
well,
not that great, but I don't know if I
she
could.
obviously
Try to
didn't.
go into a room and figure out if anything's missing. Good luck. They have hundreds of shirts. And, I'm just saying there's just so much that we,
True. Oh, absolutely. And the thing is, and I do have myself, that bit of forgiveness when somebody, because I think about Delphi and I think about any situation. There's lots of times when you're talking and you're on an interview or something, you all of a sudden jog a memory, maybe on another interview. So perhaps, for instance, the thud that came out on Chronicles of Olivia and on Nancy Grace. So it came out twice out of the 6 times during the interviews. Okay, so I can think about the fact that somebody doesn't think about that at the time, because you're not going to recollect everything. And then when you do add in things, you're definitely going to be shown as being inconsistent, which is a lot of kind of like some of the case here, because she couldn't obviously remember the shirt, because in the second interview, she listed 3 shirts: the Halloween one, the Star Wars one, and the Minecraft one. And I thought to myself, okay, well, like, can you at least narrow it down? Because by this point, it's, because you haven't come out in 7 days to talk. By this point, I'm thinking, okay, so she should know for sure if any slippers, sandals, any of Chris's footwear or something perhaps is missing. And if not, then by that point, after the 7 days, we should have maybe have known for sure if that was absolutely accurate at that point, perhaps or not. Right now, the shirt thing too, I'm thinking, okay, you're able to list them, but obviously the other two shirts would be in the bedroom, or in the home. So you must know at least not between three, but at least between one or two, which shirt it was he possibly was wearing, because then you have time to go over things in your head more, type of thing. Realizing still that, like in Delphi, people took a lot of slack on Kelsey and everything like that, because memories weren't there because they were in panic mode and their brain is rushing and stuff like that. And it is true that it can become foggy as well, for sure. So my thing is, especially about the trash can video, if we knew for sure that the trash can that Sebastian was there at 7:30, right? Or say 7 o'clock when they basically got home between 6:30 and 7 or something like that, that he was there. Okay, then that would hopefully take away those people that are saying that he never even made it home. But for the people that try to stick with the actual facts of the case and not try to, interpret all these different things, then that at least would set, that point that yes, Sebastian was home. So again, what happened to Sebastian? So for me, I look like you do for the little details of that stuff, to try to put it all together, to understand how he wasn't seen on camera. The dogs didn't pick him up. There's no sign of him leaving the home per se. We've been told that by TBI that there's no video evidence showing that's of any evidentiary value. So that tells us right there that they have nothing to show that he's on any sort of video, besides, of course, at the Texas Roadhouse, in which Seth's seen that video. Now, Seth has said, now we haven't heard Katie's version of this yet, or whatever, but we know that she said that Sebastian took out the garbage because that was his chore. But we've only heard Seth say that, yes, there is a trash can video of someone taking the garbage out to the end of the thing. Now, in your brain, just to ask you, Charmaine, are you going to think that that is Sebastian versus Katie taking, and some people are
Yes.
probably going to say, yeah. Like, do you believe that Sebastian took out the garbage to the end of the thing when they got home, basically?
Yeah, I do.
I do.
Because there's no mistaking Katie's body for Sebastian's body. I mean, we haven't seen the video, but if Seth believes it was Sebastian,
Well, his PI said that he did, but yet Seth said that it was too dark, he couldn't make out anything. But the
Right,
PI
but
kind of said something different.
I feel like and I could be wrong, but I feel like if Seth questioned it, if he didn't think that it was, he would have alluded to that a little bit more obviously
Mm-hmm.
than just leaving it as he did. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's a pretty safe bet. But
That it was.
I keep thinking, and it's wrong and I shouldn't, but I keep thinking back to Letitia Stock and the things that happened to Gannon in the house. He never left the house either. He was in the trunk of her car.
Right.
So she went out to, I can't remember exactly, but she went out to look for him or something and was able to, or no, she went to the airport, whatever, to get Dad, and then dropped the suitcase somewhere until she could go back and.
Oh, I get it.
And
I
I just
see.
figured that
Yeah.
if he wasn't seen leaving the house, and if there was no, and to be real, if those dogs did pick up a scent, he lived there. It doesn't necessarily mean that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I shouldn't think that way because I don't think Katie did anything. I don't want to say, but
Right. But I mean,
how did he get out with no camera seeing him?
well, that's just it, and that's what I'm saying, and that's where all those little details help, because again, maybe we can alleviate some of the stuff that people like are saying that he didn't make it back home, when in
Yes.
fact he did.
And
We've
where
heard,
are those clothes? Where are those
right,
clothes?
and where are the clothes?
Did law
The
enforcement get his clothes from
right,
Sunday?
black shirt, okay, black shirt, because Katie said this. She didn't say light gray or blue. She said black shirt, blue jeans, and white tennis shoes. Those are the three things that she said that he was wearing at the Texas Roadhouse. Then, when he came home, he put on his black pants with white stripes and a black long sleeve T-shirt.
And if that is true, law enforcement would have corroborated that by looking at the security video from earlier in the day. Like wherever they were, probably multiple different cameras to confirm what the boy was wearing, that he was actually there, that he actually left with his mom.
Yeah.
And so if she said he changed his clothes, then law enforcement would have asked for the clothes that he was wearing that day.
Yeah.
So, and why Seth hasn't been able to get that answer is, it
Well,
blows my mind, unless they haven't, did they forget to think of asking for those clothes? I kind of doubt it. I like to think that police are policing,
but it's
investigators are investigating.
yeah. But I mean, like at the end of the day, best thing Seth can do is all he can do is ask the questions,
That's
and
right.
then hopefully Chris and Katie provide him with the answers.
But
Because
this is a couple of weeks ago already that Seth directly asked TBI about those
well, he
clothes.
asked TBI, but that's different. Yeah, but TBI is not going to be giving him any information to do with the case.
But
Like
why
really,
not? That's his dad. Like if it's
I
not,
know, but you heard him.
foul play, then speak.
I
Tell the
know.
parents what you know. I don't
I
understand.
know. Don't you think sometimes it gets? Sometimes I feel like sorry that Ellie, like it's like reading out of a book. Sorry, we had to hold this close to the vest. Sometimes I just want to say shut the front door to that crap, because there are certain things you can tell a parent that's not going to make or break the entire case and stuff like that. I just think that they can get a little bit ridiculous when it comes to not letting the parents know more, like some things that they could be telling them. But I just think that I just think that sometimes they go overboard, I want to say, in that whole keep it close to the vest. It's an open investigation. Well,
If
you
you
haven't
need
done
the public's help, then you need to share some information for the public to
correct.
go off of.
Right. Look at Delphi. I mean, come on now. Delphi is a pure example of a bunch of malarkey. So should we watch Pascal first or this one?
I don't think that I've seen this one, but Pascal was, I mean, it was very
This was
impromptu. He was
yeah,
not
this was
expecting,
impromptu.
yeah, he was not expecting Seth to show up, but Seth was able to kind of clarify exactly
Yes.
what he meant when he spoke, you know?
Well, okay, let's watch Pascal first, only because Pascal's was the most recent in a
Mhm.
sense.
Mhm.
Let's go to Pascal. Where are you, Pascal? I know you're here. Here he is. Let's go to Pascal first. Okay, let's listen to this, guys, okay?
Sebastian Rogers, and that is the main goal, right? Is finding Sebastian. So
that is the goal.
That is the goal, my brother. So can we talk about this? Because I know that there's been a lot of people that have been very, very shocked about this update, right? Now, is it true that there was an exchange of heated words between you and Chris Proudfoot when he showed up? Is that true?
No, he just came up and spoke. He had actually showed up earlier before everybody showed up for the vigil. He showed up. He swung by. I had my truck popped, putting some windshield wiper fluid in there, and he swung by to see if I was having vehicle problems.
Mm-hmm. So he came over
and then he came by.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then he came by afterwards, right before the vigil started, to have a conversation with me.
Right.
And, wanted to put stuff aside and work together to find Sebastian. And I told him that's all I want is to find Sebastian.
So he's the one who said, hey, we should align up, we should join forces and try to find Sebastian, correct?
Yeah.
Wow.
Right.
Okay. Bet. I mean, that's a beautiful thing. That's great news. That is great news.
That's fine with me. Let's do it.
I see. I see. So then, okay. So then let's talk about this video, okay? Because it's blew up. It is blown up the internet overnight. Okay, I woke up this morning to DMs, etc. with this, reacting to this video. Can you explain to me what's up? What happened? What was going on with this video?
Well, first of all, I don't have social media.
Right.
And so, about the only thing I hear is what other people will be telling me.
Mm-hmm.
And besides all the spam stuff that's been coming in with people saying that they have my sons, which that takes a real particular disgusting piece of garbage to do that.
Right.
Just kind of gets on my nerves that people think it's a joke. Sit there and say that they have my kid.
Okay. Yeah, the fake kidnapper and all the hoax, all the fake scamming that's been going on revolving around your son. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's just despicable.
I see.
In my opinion.
Yeah. I get it. And I get why you would say something like that, because it wasn't directed towards the people who are out here supporting. Go ahead.
I appreciate everybody that is supporting me.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody who has donated to the Cash App, to the GoFundMe, their time, their effort to go out and pass out flyers in whatever town they're in, whatever state they're in, people that have traveled from other states to here to help pass out flyers. 100%. I appreciate you all 100%. All right. But these people that just don't understand that I want to find my son, and why people are sitting there trying to go, oh, we're Team Seth. Oh, we're Team Chris and Katie. Did you hear Sebastian and Team Seth or Team Chris and Katie?
Right.
There's no Sebastian and Team Seth or Team Chris and Katie.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. We have a 15-year-old child that's missing.
Yeah, absolutely.
My son is missing. Katie's son is missing.
Absolutely. Now,
all right.
But there has been a lot of groundwork over the past 50 some odd days that has been splitting the room for a little while. So what do you say about that? Because yes, you guys are joining forces, but a little bit ago, it was a different tune. You see what I'm saying? So I can understand where people are feeling a little bit like, whoa, what happened here? You see what I'm saying? So what do you have to say about that?
Some people may be feeling whoa, like, whoa.
Right.
There's a song, but I'm not there. I can't remember the song, but I know there's a song. My hip hop days are coming back.
Yeah. It's like, whoa. Yeah, I got you.
It's like, whoa. Yeah,
yep.
There it is. Like he who has never seen throw the first rock.
Okay.
Well, I know
I'll stop that there for a second. Okay. So on this one, let's just keep it real. Okay. I think his wording to me is a little bit off on that one. And I'll say this because Seth was himself saying stuff about Katie and Chris Proudfoot, involvement. possible involvement. So, meaning that's what, oh my God, that's what, say his name. Come on now. What's his name? The person
Which
we're
one?
looking at. Pascal. Thank you.
Yeah.
Pascal. Pascal. Because all of a sudden the name went out of my head. Anyways, that's what Pascal, you can see, is trying to say there. Like, kind of like, well, there has been a Team Seth in a sense. And most people for Team Seth, because it's been about Team Sebastian. So what he's saying, well, there has been a split, and basically it's not like Seth hasn't been saying, so let's just keep it real. It's not like Seth hasn't been saying stuff about Katie and Chris,
Okay.
as time has gone on. That's to me what he's trying to say there.
Yeah, and if I'm remembering correctly, it was actually Seth that put the bug in our ears, his first interview, that things might not be as cordial as the Proudfoots had made it seem like between them. Do you know what I mean? Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do,
Yeah.
actually.
So, and I'm not blaming Seth for anything, but there was a point where the divide started, and that's when people started paying more attention to every single word and action of the Proudfoots. And yeah, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. There was a point in time where we found out that it wasn't as rainbows and unicorns, and that specifically came from Seth.
Yes. Yeah. True. Right. And so that's why when he worded it kind of like that, I'm like, well, when you're saying Team Seth and Team Kate and whatever, like I said, there's a reason for that. I mean, partly because of what you just said, because there has been the divide, and he's made plenty of comments about Katie and Christopher. To me,
at the same time, just to get all of the information out, like I said, no shade on Seth whatsoever, because I would do the same thing. Like, no, this isn't the perfect picture. This is actually what's going on. Now, can we please help find my son? I understand it.
Yeah, because I was going to say, at the end of the day, regardless, it was about Sebastian, and it always has been to me about Sebastian. Trying to understand this timeline about, was he abducted? Did something, like, I mean, it's, of course everyone's going to look at all angles. Did Katie or Chris have any involvement? You're just looking at all the different angles to what makes plausible sense, considering there's nothing to make sense of so far with this case. There just isn't. So it's one of those things that's almost like it's up for grabs. I mean, like I said, there's people that are taking it to ridiculous levels of stuff like that. But then again, like I said, there's nothing to back any of it up, any of it. Like, there's nothing to back anything up, because we don't know. It's like Sebastian just vanished, and that's it. Anyways, I'll play some more of this here, you guys. Boom, boom, boom. Get on the right one. Okay, nope, I'm on this one. I got so many of them playing here.
Thomas Center. I'm here. I have sent.
I will say though,
Chris
too,
was big enough man to come and ask me. I'm big enough man to sit there and say, if you're going to help, come help.
Okay. Okay.
How many challenges will God give me before he gives me my son?
Hopefully not many, but you also got to remember that he's here. I mean, God is present. He is there for you.
He is.
And maybe,
but he's also watching to see how I react. He's
True.
watching to see he's watching to see if I'm going to handle the troubles that he's given me.
I see what you're saying. Listen, I understand where you're coming from.
He's done what he's done.
Right.
She has done what she has done. I have done what I have done.
Nobody's perfect. You're right. You're right. And you got to
We're not perfect.
Right.
At the same point in time, We're going to hold another vigil in 2 weeks.
Are they going to be there?
Right now, I'm working.
That's the thing. I think the
Right
problem
now-
is, Seth, can I just say something
and
really
it's
quick?
hopefully going to be a. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I think what the general consensus is how they have been moving around here lately. It's their actions that are speaking way louder than their words. And let's not forget the words that have been said, that have been back and forth, that have been, they've been caught in not telling the full truths. There's been contradictions, so on and so forth. But most importantly, it's been the actions of their actions speaking way louder than their words. So I can see why people are
And I
feeling
understand that 100%.
feeling a little bit some type of way about this. Okay.
I understand that.
You know,
Actions speak louder than words, Pascal.
absolutely. They most
But
definitely
everybody
do.
deserves a chance.
Everyone does deserve a chance. And again, this could very well, I'm going to be real. I'm going to keep it really real. Like I said it right before you called, that this could well be the miracle that you've been maybe looking for and hoping for. Maybe this alliance will get us closer to finding Sebastian for sure. That's without a shadow of a doubt. You see what I'm saying? So I'm really hoping.
That's what I am hoping for.
That's what I'm hoping
I'm
for.
hoping that by working together, we can find Sebastian. There was 2 people in that house. Sebastian and Katie.
Yep.
Only those 2 people was there. If they help me try to find Sebastian, then so be it.
Gotcha.
So be it.
I got you, man.
I want my son back. And of all things, we get judged when we're no longer here. When our time has come, we will be judged.
Right. No doubt. No doubt. Listen.
At any point in time in this world, a person can come to the realization that maybe, just maybe, they need to change. You cannot force a person to change. Only a person can change for themselves.
Those are facts. I will say this, though. I mean, at the end of the day,
I pray.
if it all day, okay, just to make it today, I say we pray. But I think it's very important that, yes, if it means that you have to set aside your differences and this alliance does what it does, I guess everybody will be watching, right? And hoping and praying that this turns into something that's productive, not only just for yourself, that relieves some of this tension off of you as well, but also helps find Sebastian for sure. But I think at the end of the day, it was really, I think at the end of the day, it is really just how the message was sent out there. And I get what you're saying now. You've clarified a good portion of that, and hopefully the court of public opinion will be okay with it and they'll be able to move on and we'll, I've moved on. I know where you're coming from. I absolutely understand where you're coming from for sure. But I know that there's people that feel some type of way.
What Justin waited to show at the very end was what I actually had stated before that.
Mm-hmm.
Which was me telling everybody, I appreciate everybody who showed up. I appreciate everybody who was helping. I really do. I appreciate it 100%. I appreciate all who are helping me. I appreciate all who are going to help me. I appreciate everybody who's working to bring Sebastian back to me.
Yeah.
Because that's the goal. But if you're not going to be on Team Sebastian, kick rocks. As my PR person said, I need to stop cussing. Or as she said, stop using such colorful language.
Right. Yeah.
So that's really part of me. So as she has asked me to, people can kick rocks if you're not on Team Sebastian. You're either part of the solution or you're the problem.
I get what you're saying, man. I do. I think that there are people and There's going to be people that are going to feel some type of way, and they're going to have to, process this and move forward from this point on. I think what is more important than ever is how the Proudfoots operate from this point on. Because you got to remember, it's been almost 2 months since he's been
2
gone.
months.
And the thing is, though, we have not seen one moment of them lifting a finger. So I think that people are feeling upset and surprised because they haven't done anything out here. You've been doing a lot of the heavy lifting and a lot of the speaking for the most part. And I think a lot of people are feeling like, okay,
I've got a lot of great volunteers,
but I feel like
not to interrupt, but
yeah, but
I've got a lot of great volunteers that have been doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Absolutely. But you are also spearheading this entire search, etc. Right? It's you, not the three of you guys. Now, I'm happy because I've even said this on many times before that there should be a united front. You guys should set your differences aside and join forces and be done with this. But that should have happened. This is what I think I feel like this is what the court of public opinion feels, that this should have happened a long ass time ago. And now suddenly they want to join forces. So I can see some people side-eyeing this movement as some sort of tactic because they realize how bad they are looking out here.
Stop it there, because that's exactly what I said to myself today. At the end of the day, I just want the three of them to work together to find Sebastian. But I can understand if people are going to side-eye this because of the fact of, I can see Christopher Proudfoot thinking like, you know what, like, shit, we're not doing any favors in the public. Like, this could, I would hope to think that it would be genuine. What do you think about that, Jermaine? Because this crossed my mind as well, that if Christopher Proudfoot, it was the one saying like, you know what, let's work together. Is it because we know he's about ego? We do. Okay. The guy, he's one of those people that acts like he doesn't give a shit, but he does care what people think about him because he has a narcissistic personality. Whether he thinks so or not, that's the way he portrays himself as a narcissist. That, the minute it's like he can blah, 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 but the minute something's attacking his ego, right? Then all of a sudden, like I said, then usually that's when the narcissist comes full front, and they do care about what's being said about them. What do you think about that? Do you think that this is about them trying to save some face? And obviously, if they're working together, it will take some of the heat off of them. Or do you think it's genuine? What do you guys think in chat about that?
I think genuine is a strong word. I don't think that, like I said before, we have no idea what this alliance is going to look like or what good it's actually going to do, what Chris and Katie are prepared to do to help, or what good is going to come from it. But we know that no harm should come from it. So for me, the way I look at it, Chris and Katie probably think, all right, enough of this mudslinging. Stop bringing up our dirt into the public realm. Let's work together. Let's put our egos aside. And I can totally see somebody like Chris saying those words. Let's put our egos aside. Let's find Sebastian. But I don't know if they know what's all involved in, because they haven't done it this far. You know what I'm saying? Like they haven't proven a desire to go out and boots on the ground help this man find his son.
And that's kind of what I was saying too earlier. Like let's give it a fresh slate, because again, there's always going to be people out there. If anyone isn't making this about Sebastian first and foremost, it's because of your own selfish needs. And okay.
But defending, you get into a lot of people, especially when they have such things going on in their past or what they're dealing with. Sometimes human beings, we become very defensive. We want to protect ourselves, our reputation, our actions. We want to defend ourselves. So they, for whatever reason, got lost in defending themselves instead of focusing on the important issue, finding their son.
and actually the actions of it to the public.
Yes,
You
and
know what?
defending themselves against true or maybe exaggerated accusations, but they felt the need to defend themselves, and but then they got lost in that goal instead of focusing where they needed to focus. And people saying that they were out, they went bike shopping at Harley Davidson and stuff that yesterday, and Seth, he defended them and said, this is something that they did before the vigil. Nobody really knows what Chris had to do after, instead of being at the vigil, why he couldn't stay. But I think I think the alliance is more like, let's stop flinging mud at each other and focus.
Focus on Sebastian.
Right. And I mean, anybody that has a problem with that for whatever reason, I mean, what would you do? What would you do? What
Mhm.
would you do?
You know, like I said, I'm all for this. I'm like, in a sense, I'm not going to forget what's been said. Of course not. That's like in real life, right? When somebody hurts us and stuff like that, or things, whatever, you'll never forget. You might forgive, but you'll still never forget. So I'm suggesting to people, let's give Katie and Chris a kind of like a clean slate, um, and see how things start moving forward from this point on, and be more supportive instead of being, let's say, more attacking. I personally, like I said, it wasn't about if they were involved to me or not, because I always said that the LE, if any adult is involved, or if Chris and Katie were involved, that's going to come to fruition at some point in time, if that's the case, you know. But as for Sebastian and working together, or meaning, like I said, it can only benefit them all to work together. We're not going to forget the actions of Chris and Katie thus far. We're not going to forget the inconsistency. But I think people can kind of give them a little bit of slack in a sense and see what transpires now. And if they show the same spots, well, then the same thing's going to happen, right? I mean, again, you're always going to have your people that, like I said, that are going to, no matter what, stick with their thing or whatever. And I understand, like I said, about the ego part. Maybe he didn't deliver it, like you said, a little bit colorful words. Probably not the best thing to be saying out loud like that. But again, it came out of his mouth. He said it. It's probably a better idea to say kicking rocks. They can kick rocks and, buzz off type of thing. Probably a little bit more, like that. But I also understand that Seth isn't one to mince words, and he's not used to doing interviews, just like Katie and Christopher. They're not used to doing interviews and stuff like that. And I always take all of that into account. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is that this is Katie's son, this is Seth's son, Christopher Proudfoot's stepson, and I would like to think that all three of them are just wanting to know what happened to Sebastian, and just as we would, right? That's the whole point. Where's Sebastian? And for that cuckoo clock that sit there and said that he kidnapped, what an absolute POS. Like, honestly, when these people crawl out of the woodwork, and I don't get it. I guess it's probably like an SK, right? They want to be braggadocious and they want to get their 15 minutes of fame because their freaking light bulb doesn't go to the top of the Christmas tree type of thing. And it's like they come out and these wacko jackos just come out of the woodwork. And it's so disgusting that these minds work in a way of, you know what? Let me say that I have Sebastian. Because I'm such a effed up Fruit Loop in my head that I need to come out and act like this, and it's amazing what people will do, you know, when they have some screws loose.
Well, it's absolutely disgusting, and I hope that because he said that, law enforcement has to investigate that. So I mean, I truly hope that he gets charged with some kind of at least mischief or something. That there's consequences for that lie.
Mm, yeah, I hope so. Yeah, on there. Kim French says, in my opinion, it's about time that they're going to work all together. It should have been that way from the get go. It should, it's hindsight. It's, which is 2020, but it really just should have been that way from the get-go. There's been a lot of mudslinging. And again, so it's not just YouTube creators or people that are, they're helping. It goes both ways, really. And again, that when the focus becomes about everything else but Sebastian, that's why I could have cared less about the whole UCN thing, right? People's egos get bruised. People feel like they're getting stepped on by another creator or another person or whatever the heck it may be at the end of the day. But I don't know. To me, it's always about the victim in a case. Like I said, I don't care if Seth talks on the show, comes into the chat or not, when he does, and people can ask questions type of thing, maybe that they have some questions for, or we did and stuff like that. Great. Is it the end all to be all? Absolutely not. I didn't get into this following Sebastian because of Seth Rogers or Katie or Chris. It was because I saw this beautiful child with this big smile across his face, and I just felt a connection that this channel, that I think it was Adam that sent me the Sebastian. It was like within the first like 2 days, I remember. And it was just a case that I just saw this smile and I just wanted to see what this case was about and follow it. And then it just became, like, honestly, just a mind meld. It's really frustrating when you have nothing. And I feel like this is where the LE is at this point too. What do you think about that, Charmaine? Like, in all fairness, we're what, 5 days short of 2 months.
Yeah.
5 days short of 2 months. No Sebastian. What do you think? Do you think the LE has any clue either what happened to, like, at all? Like, do you think that there's some sort of behind the scenes, like, I don't know. What do you think?
I think that they know a lot more than we do. However, back in the day, we would be able to say, oh, this case is cold, because they would share kind of more information with us. If they needed public assistance, we would actually get information to go off of. But it's so hard now because everything is kept so close to the vest that we don't know. We don't even know if they've, like I said, they found those clothes. We don't know how long, like really how long Katie was gone for first thing in the morning. We don't know any of that. So it's, I don't know. I can't see them knowing a whole lot more than what they've said, only because we're not seeing anything.
Yeah, movement.
We're not seeing any movement other than these searches that, like, are TBI involved in these searches? Are they helping organize them? The last real concrete thing that we heard from them was what?
Well, there's nothing to show any sort of foul play, basically, and that there's nothing of evidentiary value
In that video, right?
in any of the videos.
And really before that, wasn't it the landfill press conference that they haven't said a whole lot. They haven't explained themselves, nor do they have to. But at the same time, if you want our help, we need some information.
I mean, to me, the landfill one was a given, right? I mean, one of the last things.
The timing, it wasn't a given, because once it becomes a criminal investigation, yeah, okay, but that's not the first place you go. And CD even backed me up. Something led them there.
Well, of course, but that's what I'm saying. What led them there was that Sebastian took out the garbage to the end of the road, and B, that apparently the garbage truck driver said that their garbage was a little bit heavier. To me, it makes sense to me that if they can't find Sebastian and all their leads are leading them nowhere, then obviously they're going to be looking at the criminal aspect, which I'm sure they did right from the get-go. But it would make sense to me because almost every case we follow, there's so many, about at least half of them, they end up at the landfill. And a good half of those where they actually find a body. And then another half, they don't. But the landfill is kind of like the the main thing. So it would make sense to me that they would check out the landfill, especially since Sebastian took out the garbage. And if the garbage men are saying that their weight was a little heavier than normal, it just to me doesn't even seem out of. It just seems like playbook 101 to me, personally. Like that the landfill is like a given for a lot of searches.
It is, once they've concluded that he didn't just walk away, that it is a criminal investigation. Perhaps there was foul play they need to investigate, but it was very, very early on. And it was, to me, and I'm not saying they didn't suspect all that stuff, but the information they were giving to the public, they weren't saying that. So what I'm saying is they were investigating it as possible criminal investigation way before they announced that it was, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying they had no business going there. Of course they did. Of course they did. But what they were saying to us is completely different than what they were actually doing behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And,
Now, go ahead. Well,
I
mind
was
of mine.
I talked to Sweet Dude. If I heard a thud in my kid's room, like, did she?
Hold on.
I don't think that she went and investigated. She just yelled up
No.
to the room and said, "I don't care what you're doing, but whatever it is, go to bed." Did he answer back?
Hold on a second. I don't want to go off the landfill topic just yet. We'll cut. I was going to go back to that one in a second, okay? But just because Sweet Monster, the landfill search in Kentucky was the construction site dump, right? That was the construction site dump garbage that goes there. There was a dog sent to the pond onto the construction site. In my information, it was a mark off the list, like a check mark off the list.
That makes sense to me, and I didn't put that together. I never heard that before.
Oh, right, and I did, and it's only because Mind of Monsters is saying it now that so their garbage, I think, is different, but the construction site garbage goes
taken over state lines, and they needed a search warrant and everything. That's what I was trying to get at. That's just a lot of red tape and hoops to go through to get a search warrant for out of state to search this landfill. If the kid just walked away, that makes more sense. If they had the scent going to that construction site, and that's where the garbage went, perfect sense.
Yes.
Thanks, Mind of Monsters.
And by the way, I followed you on Twitter. I happened to be on SF Investigates, and Mind of Monsters was in here the other day, and I'm like, who is this person? Is it somebody that has changed their name? I'm not really sure. Sorry, because I'd never heard of Mind of Monsters. But anyway, so I was on SF Investigates on Twitter, and that's my second favorite place to be, besides YouTube here. Anyways, there was, I think it was a retweet by SF Investigates, and I seen Mind of Monsters on there. And I think you were with someone. I don't want to speculate on who you were with in that picture, but then I believe it was Vinny? No. It was Brian Enton was in the picture as well on there. But anyways, so yeah, I saw. Anyways, so that's when I was like, oh, that's that channel that was in our live the other night. So I was like, okay, Twitter, follow on there. So anyways, nice to see you. I always like to put a face to, I always like putting faces to somebody, first and foremost. If not, then I just let my speculation go wild. Okay, now let's go back to what Sweet Dude Shibby was saying about the thud. So the thud, she mentions that in 2 videos only. That was what's her name? Chronicles of Olivia and Nancy Grace. So in Chronicles of Olivia, what she said was, that she heard a noise coming from his room, and she said, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you better get to bed. On Nancy Grace, that's when she expanded on that and said, Sebastian, did you fall out of bed? He says, no, ma'am. She says, well, I don't care what you're doing in there, but you need to get your basically butt to bed. So that's where that was. Now, this is one of those things. If I heard a thud in my child's room, my ass would be up there so fast because that's the type of parent I am. Okay. She didn't.
Me too. I'd be opening that kid's door saying, what are you doing? Go to bed.
Yeah. Okay. And so, so it was like, it was like that one. It's kind of like I can't blame her. It's not what I would do. But then there's a lot of parents that wouldn't move their asses off the couch, because they would just yell. Like a lot of parents are just yellers. Me, if I heard a thud, like I said, I'd be thinking that something happened. Like, are you okay? But it's only because in our head, we're thinking of a thud, like a thud as in a noise that you would get up to go see, because it's not just a toy falling. You know what I mean? It's a thud. So when you think of thud, I'm thinking, okay, window shutting, thud sound, hitting the floor, thud, something. So when I hear the word thud in my head, I'm thinking something more serious, you know, not just. But then she said, according to Katie, right? She said, Sebastian, did you fall out of the bed? He said, according to Katie, no, ma'am. So obviously he's saying he's fine, to her. And she's just like, well, I don't care what you're doing, right? So I guess again, if you're in the case and Sebastian yells back, no, ma'am, I'd still get up because that's just the way I am. I'd still want to know what noise created that sound or whatever, because again, I was an over, I don't want to say I was an excessively over, but I was an overprotective mother, my only son, and I was there to make sure my son was safe. Now in this case, if Katie had absolutely nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearance and Sebastian did leave on his own accord or by the help of somebody else, again, it's one of those things. This is Seth's only son as well. And well, I guess it's Katie's only child as well, really, isn't it? Because they just had the one child.
It is,
That
yeah.
that for me, like I said, um, I was very protective, and it was my job to protect. And if Katie had nothing to do with it, and she, if she had nothing to do with it, and Sebastian chose to go out that window by himself, she would have done nothing wrong in a sense, really, because if he would have snuck out the front door or snuck out the window, again, it's easy for people to be judgmental for sure. Um, but it's not like she really would have done anything wrong if Sebastian would have left. Like, how would she have known or been able to stop him if he chose that he wanted to leave?
Mhm.
And that could very well be the case, because again, just because I get up, that doesn't mean if Katie hears Sebastian saying that, like, no, ma'am, again, everything reliant on what Katie is saying, though, regardless. But you have to put a question mark there because we don't know that there was no involvement at all, right? We're just being told what we're told through Katie's version,
And
really.
we don't know if he actually responded to her because that's something she added
Right?
to.
She could have added.
Yeah.
Right. So you have to take that with a grain of salt, but yet it's one of the only things that you can use in some sort of sense. Like, everything we're being told is really from Katie. Seth has told us some stuff, but it's it's Katie and Sebastian that were in that home,
That's
right?
right.
It wasn't Christopher, Katie, and Sebastian. It was Katie and Sebastian. So the
Mhm.
only true timeline of events is from Katie. That's it. Like I said, we know that Chris didn't get there till after 1. He said he couldn't leave his job. We also know that he went back up to go get the trailer, a couple days later, and go back up there. But do we know if that's true? No. But again, so that's from Christopher. But as for being home, it's only Katie's timeline. So that's the only thing we have to go on because it's not like TBI's given us that. So the only timeline that we can try to make sense with is Katie's timeline. And yet it could be inaccurate.
It
It might,
probably is inaccurate.
you know, there's something that's not accurate about this case. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Kids don't just vanish. They don't just walk away without a trace unless they
Well,
were picked up by
I was going to
somebody
say,
else.
it's not like it's not happened. I was just reading a case on SF Investigates that and I can't think of the girl's name because I just seen it the other day. Um, and, she had been missing for a year. And this is why it's very important that, like SF was saying, like it is, there's so much terrain out there and so many trees. You can look for someone, like looking for your car keys and you have no idea, and you search and search, and then all of a sudden you're like, shit, finally found them, after all this time, type of thing. And same thing with Sebastian. He could have been overlooked. He could be out there, somewhere unalive and out there.
At the end of this Pascal live stream that he did today, he brings up another little boy that was found, I think 5 doors down, or maybe it was
Oh,
5
okay.
doors, but I'm pretty sure it's 5 doors down, but his skeletal remains were found. And he walked away. He went to play with his puppy, and they couldn't find him for like 5 years or something. And he was 5 doors down.
5, isn't that crazy? Well, that's what I was going to say. The story that I seen on SF Investigate, she was missing for a year, couldn't find her. She was actually finally found just the other day, right close to where she was last seen. So she was missed the entire time.
Or that other boy that was found in the chimney. Remember? What was his name?
Oh,
Remember?
I can't remember that one, but I know of it. I don't remember the name.
So I mean, this stuff happens, but that's exactly my point. He didn't just vaporize. He didn't vanish. He is somewhere.
Right.
He is somewhere, alive or not, but he is somewhere.
I still, Mind of Monsters, I'm just going to ask you clearly, and any of you guys can answer as well, but abduction that he left on his own accord. Well, let's leave out anything to do with, say, Katie and whatever, but if you had to choose between the two, do you think he left on his own accord, or do you think that somebody assisted him? And I guess we should finish playing. Let's just finish playing out this one here. You still good for time, Charmaine?
Yeah, I'm free all day. I'm just
Okay.
here for you.
Okay. Okay, so let's play this out as people answer
here in these streets. So, we join with the good side. We join with the Rogers, where everyone is standing in solidarity and rooting him on. If we get with him, we'll be under the same positive light now. You see what I'm saying? So I could see where some people are looking at this and going, "Oh, they're going to use Seth. They're using him, man. They're using him, bro."
I agree. Some people are going to look at that, but what I'm looking at is the fact that I'm always under scrutiny.
Yeah.
What they need to realize, if they're joining this team, they're going to be under scrutiny as well. It's not going to stop just because they're on. It's going to double down. It's hard work. It's boots on the ground. It's speaking for Sebastian, not speaking down about Sebastian. And if they don't realize that, that's on them.
Right.
I mean, I'm not defending them at all.
Yeah.
But I am willing to let somebody come in and show their worth. Period.
Okay. Well, Seth, listen.
And I just want my son found.
I'm hoping, I really do hope that this alliance, this new joining of forces, I pray and I hope that this does nothing but give you exactly what you need to get to Sebastian. Period. Point blank. I just want to say that really quick, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter what the people out here in these streets think. It's about what you guys do out there in these streets. So I think
about what we do.
Exactly. So I think what's going to happen is we're just going to sit back and we just got to see how the Proudfoots operate with Mr. Seth Rogers. That's what I think. I hope that this works. I hope that this works out, and I hope that this is not an opportunity for them to get back in the good graces of the streets. I'm gonna be real. So I just say, you know, hey,
Let's
you
be honest, Pascal.
go ahead.
If they're doing it for that, it's going to come back twice, if not 3 times.
Yeah.
Harder. I'm praying that that's not what they're doing, but I'll tell you what, I just want to find Sebastian.
No doubt, man. I'm with you 100%. This is, at the end of the day, it really is about finding Sebastian all day. But Seth, unfortunately, I got to let you go, man. But I do want to ask
No
you
problem.
that, though. I do want to ask you something. Have you heard any new updates at all? Any
No.
leads? Anything? Okay. Okay.
I got I've got plans for next week on locations and stuff to hit.
Okay.
So,
I do have some friends that have some serious resources. I would love to rap with you about that on, off the record, when we get off the
off
show.
the record.
I definitely would love to get in touch with you about this because I got some people that have some a lot of resources and for searching, etc. So we need to talk so I can get you guys connected. So yeah,
You got my number.
I got your number, so I will call you for sure. Okay, my brother. Hey, listen.
I'll answer.
At the end of the day, man, I'm with you. I'm with finding Sebastian. At the end of the day, if the Proudfoots come through and do that, hey, as long as we find Sebastian, that's what I give a damn about. Real talk. And I think that everyone else should really give a damn about that too, right? So I'm praying that this alliance works and this alliance leads you towards the path.
I think that part's pretty much coming to an end, is it? Or-
Yeah. And then he gets into, like I said, talking about that other boy that was just found. Yeah, that was it for Seth.
Wasn't that observant of you? Agree, Mom. Mother of monsters. Mind of monsters, I mean. M-O-M. Yeah, spells Mom.
He sure
Um,
does.
Yeah. And so,
I'm always
anyways,
looking for shortcuts.
yeah. Kind of resourceful. He was not allowed to have web access, does not mean he didn't find a way. He wanted friends. We have heard that. So I can't help but wonder if someone found him online and con him. And that's just it. My mom, I was going to change that now. Mom, Mama. They call me Mom for short. Well, I'm going to start calling you Mom too. It's just easier to say that. So this is what, if you recall, again, Charmaine or Mom or anybody else watching, Seth had made a comment on Nancy Grace that Sebastian liked to watch his videos, and the only way you can watch videos is online. So he was talking about YouTube when Seth spoke about it, and he was also talking about Minecraft. Now, when he had said that, one of the guests on Nancy Grace said, well, look, I mean, the only way you can access videos is through Wi-Fi, on YouTube. And that is correct. So we know things were more lenient at Seth's home than they were at, Drill Sergeant there, Chris. Okay. Now, in saying that as well, my thing was this. I thought, I was just trying to think of different things. Okay, was there some sort of teacher who knew about his home life that perhaps...
Janitor. I thought about that yesterday. Or janitor, or
Right.
anybody that would have access to him at school that he might confide in.
Right, exactly. And perhaps, meet up with. But you wouldn't necessarily see that in digital data. Nor would you know if he was let's say he was FaceTiming some different people because he still had access to that. But regardless, we don't know exactly what he had access to at school or not. Seth has said, well, according to Katie and Chris, he wasn't allowed that. And then he went on later when I asked him about that again, he said, well, something about when he's taking tests. I still probably think there's more to it than that about the online access. I do believe it's not as cut and dried with that because there's a reason why Sebastian left. At the end of the day, there is a reason. If Sebastian left, okay, let's take out the whole that, like Katie and Chris stewed him in a pot downstairs and hid him in a secret room stuff. Okay.
Sunny.
because that's really the option that people are I'm like, because I don't think that, well, I mean, she could have, but I don't think that Katie got rid of him in 15 minutes in the morning, the next morning myself. But I get what you're saying about the Gannon Stotch thing. I know that, or like the Letitia, but the Gannon putting him in a suitcase and coming back later and stuff like that. It's not like that's out of the whatever. But so I'm just saying, in the kind of like, either he left or somebody assisted. That's where my mindset is at. Is because I don't feel that Katie and Chris had anything to actually do with Sebastian's disappearance. He still left for a reason, to me. So that's how I think about it. Like, if I don't believe that Chris and Katie had anything to do with his disappearance, then I have to look at it from my perspective, even though it's not like I haven't thought about Chris and Katie. It's just that I'm not seeing anything there that's making sense to me because of the fact of where the case is at. If they keep saying that there's no foul play, that the parents have been cooperative and all this stuff, I'm going to believe that to be true. And so I think that Katie or Chris would have been arrested if there was all this lying going on about where he was, if he wasn't in Memphis, this and that. So I think that there's perhaps this third party somewhere that he left for a reason, and that somebody is aiding in him. So that's why I'm still very hopeful that Sebastian is alive. I don't believe that he chased a cat outside, got lost, bonked his head off some rock, and the searchers have missed him. It could be. I mean, it could be that he left and something did happen to him and that they're just missing him in the grid search. It's plausible. So that's where my mind is mostly at, and that's after looking at everything. Okay, so if someone ever wants to say that I'm closed-minded, absolutely not. I look at things full circle, and if anyone has any thoughts, food for thought, that I haven't thought about myself, I'll look at that as well, because to me that's what a person should be doing. And then you kind of draw your own conclusions in a sense, based on that. So for you, Charmaine, where would you say that you're at with this case about how Sebastian exited or left that home?
I really want to, I mean, it sounds bad, but I want to believe that Sebastian left to go to the construction site or whatever, check things out, and there was somebody there. That would be the least nefarious. But like I said, my mind is dark, and I go to some dark places with the Letitia stuff. And, at first I was hoping maybe a neighbor felt sorry for him and just a crazy grandma or something is feeding him cookies and milk in her basement. But as time goes on, I feel like law enforcement would have investigated neighbors, anybody that he would have been in contact with at school. But I also question what access kids have at school nowadays. My kids are long graduated, but I know that when they were in school, they did have access to the internet, and it was pretty much unfettered. If they got onto a computer at the library back then, they were able to kind of do what they wanted to do. So
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't like, what was that? It wasn't ICQ. That was my day, but whatever the kids were using in whatever 2010, 2011, when my kids were graduating, did they have access to that? I don't really know, but did Sebastian have access to a gaming profile that maybe his dad didn't know about, that the Proudfoots didn't know about? He was 15 years old. And autistic or not, it doesn't sound to me like he was a low functioning autistic. Do you know what I'm saying? He was still 15 years old. Mm-hmm. So who knows how resourceful he was, how curious he is. I'm sorry, I apologize. But you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
That's my best, for the entire situation. I hope that somebody was talking to him at school and felt sorry for his life, what he was going through at home, and took him and is caring for him somewhere.
Mhm.
That's best case scenario.
I
Worst
think
case is we've got another Gannon stock on our hands, and she was just a little bit smarter with her cleanup. And
right. Okay. Good versus evil here.
yeah, I mean, I go from one extreme to
I
the next.
know.
There's no gray area with Charmaine. In case
Yeah.
anybody hasn't noticed yet, it's either the worst of the worst, or yeah.
Well, okay, let me ask you something. So I know nothing about autistic children, right? Now, Terry Dean, she says she lives less than a half a mile away, and she has a, autistic child as well. So, like I said, I have no concept. All I can do myself is either read up on it or listen to what they have said. Now, they have said over and over again that Sebastian is very smart. They said that he might have like social and, was it emotional or something like that? I don't even know the word, dis something she said, whatever it went. Anyways, but just because somebody has awkwardly social cues doesn't mean he's not smart, because they keep saying
Absolutely.
over and over again how smart Sebastian is, but that
Well,
he might.
absolutely. And if he
So
was high functioning and he was just
yeah,
like on the spectrum, and I'm not
that's what it
minimizing at
sounds
all,
like.
that's what I mean. He's still, like, he could have sensory issues that wouldn't affect him talking to somebody online, and that could be very attractive to a boy who has social anxiety, or is socially awkward or whatever. The online life is very,
Yeah.
very attractive, very appealing.
Because it's kind of just like Carrie's saying here. This is pretty much what Katie said about Sebastian. Now, Carrie Summers says, my nonverbal autistic brother doesn't express empathy typically like we do. He doesn't quite understand a lot of social cues. That's pretty much point on point for what Katie said about Sebastian. Now, besides them bringing up, about his temper, that he can get a temper strong, whatever, da da da, everything else that was said was that he is a very smart, you know, young man. So I think for some reason a lot of people seem to be equating that this child doesn't have, because it's been said that he doesn't have a sense of money, and stuff like that, like what $20 might be. Okay, I understand that. But again, it's kind of like some people aren't so good at this, but intelligent wise, very good. And I'm sure he wasn't a dummy to, you know, the internet or different things. Like, I'm like, let's just say he was watching videos, Minecraft and different ones. Do you honestly believe that Ellie would have known they would have had to sift through every freaking comment, because for all we know, Sebastian could have been leaving a comment in the comment description of some of those YouTube videos that he was watching, or Minecraft.
That's
We don't, like, meaning you would have to think that Ali would have had to sift through every freaking ass video to see if Sebastian left a comment and if somebody replied.
And like Half Pint just pointed out that he was just diagnosed a year ago. So he
Yeah,
lived his entire 14 years
yeah,
not being diagnosed. So I mean, obviously there were things that were concerning to his parents in order for him to be diagnosed. But Elizabeth says, but Seth said like a 10-year-old on
hmm,
on whose scale? Because I know some 10-year-olds that are extremely smart and resourceful and curious and adventurous, and other 10-year-olds that are not. So in what
well,
way was he like a 10-year-old? Does that mean he wasn't interested in girls? Because most 15-year-old boys would be. Was he, you know what I'm saying? Like there's so many.
yeah. Well, I was gonna say, like, I think that, like I said, I think that Sebastian was a lot smarter than what is being perceived out there. To be honest with you, um, I was gonna say something else and I totally forgot
I
now.
think that when people, for the
But
most part, on the surface, when people hear this autistic boy is missing, we all automatically think of somebody
I think
who's
they're
impaired or
handicapped.
disabled in some way, handicapped in some way, and it's
Um,
not always like that.
Yeah.
You know, they just
And
have some issues that
and the way that they've spoken is they're kind of saying like, yes, that he's on the spectrum, like, and it doesn't even come across like it's like he's deep on the spectrum, that yes, he's got a few issues here for sure, and that he's on the spectrum, you know.
right.
And it comes off almost like that it's that he's on the spectrum, not that he's like a 1 to 10 type of thing, that he's a 10, but that he's just on the spectrum. It's almost like it's, maybe a 3 or 4, perhaps. That's how it comes across to me when I've listened to them speak, because it doesn't sound like it was like you said, about a year and a half ago. They just keep making it seem like, yes, he was diagnosed and he's on the spectrum, but and so the way I kind of keep reading that is that yes, he has signs of the autism or different little things, but nothing major, that he just has some social cue issues and stuff like that. I don't know, that's how I keep taking it when I listen to them talk.
And law enforcement checked all electronics. I believe they did, but that just because they haven't told us they found anything or didn't find, you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? They
Mhm.
holding a lot close to the vest. So
Mm,
I
you
don't
know
know. Did they check the stuff at school and what kind of access they had? I don't know.
Well, this is just it. Okay. We would have to assume that Ellie was perfect, Elizabeth, when you say, but Ellie checked all the electronics. Well, Ellie could have searched the whole area and still missed them. Ellie could have missed something in those electronics. They're going to have the data of the phones of Christopher, Katie, Seth. They're going to have anything that they could see that Sebastian did. But would they think to dive deep enough into every comment if he was watching videos? Maybe, maybe not. Could he have been talking to someone on FaceTime? Perhaps, but they wouldn't know what that conversation was. Doesn't matter how much electronic information they have at that phone being at home. They're not going to have that conversation unless someone recorded him having that conversation. They wouldn't know. So that's the electronic aspect.
And
As for
if he walked away like in the middle of the night, or like, do you think he walked away like 10 o'clock when she heard the thud? Is that what we're thinking, or do we really think it was the middle of the night? Because if that's the case, then what kind of alarm clock did he have, and was it set for a specific time so that because if he did, maybe there was a prearranged plan to meet somebody.
maybe someone told him not to take his phone. No, don't take anything. Just meet me here.
No, yeah, for sure. But if he went to bed at 9 o'clock or whatever,
Yeah.
and he had
Well,
a plan to meet somebody, he would have set his alarm clock so that he wouldn't miss that. Do
well,
you know what I
obviously
mean?
not if he supposedly responded back at 10 o'clock because of a thought. If that's
And
true,
that's what I'm saying. If do we
yeah.
think that was the time that he was actually leaving, or do we think that there was actually a thud and maybe he was just getting ready to leave, so
Well,
he'd be ready at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock or whatever?
hold on. Let's acknowledge this one. Can you just say that out loud, Charmaine?
Thank you for subscribing, Dick.
Thank you, Dick. Just wanna hear you say it first, Charmaine.
Yeah, I say Dick all the time. Dick, Dick, Dick.
Yeah, you're a Dick there. I had a customer once, back in Canada days in Whitecourt. His name was Richard Dick, and I'm just like they just your parents were just messing with you, weren't they? Because usually the name Richard is turned into Dick, so it would be his name. So he was joking about it with me, and he's like, "Yes, so my name is like Dick Dick." I just think that's when parents just go, you know what? Let's just mess with our child. Let's just name them Peekaboo Street. Remember
Or
that one? You remember
Mike,
that one?
yeah.
Peekaboo Street, the skier.
My favorite is the Mike Hunt. So
Mike
that
Hunt. Yes, Mike Hunt. Yes.
terrible,
Yeah,
terrible parents.
Mike Hunt. Yeah. But I swear some parents just do that on purpose. But anyway, so what do you guys think? Like, because we've talked about this before, because at first when I heard thud, I was thinking of a window opening and closing, and then it gives that thud. That's what I was thinking, right? Because I'm, so Katie, let me
But
put it
she
this way.
thought he fell out of bed, so that would be a little bit of a different thud.
Well, Katie was still in the living room at that point, and she said, and she didn't actually get up out of the living room to go to bed till like 12 o'clock or close to 12 o'clock, right? So that's why to me it seems a little funny if Katie is on the phone with Christopher at 9:46, 9:43 or 9:46, he says, let's just split the difference and call it 9:45. If he's on the phone with Katie at 9:45, the thud is heard around 10 o'clock. She is in that living room talking with Christopher. So during that point in time, between that time and close to 12, she's in the living room. She's on the phone talking with Christopher. Ain't no way that Sebastian's going out that front door and locking it during that point in time, right? That
Right.
wouldn't make sense. So at first I was thinking the thud was then, but then when I think about it the other way, I'm like, okay, well, there's no way that he'd go out the front door and lock it if she's in the living room right then and there. Like, come on, she's talking to Christopher, right? So
And if he wanted to walk away, I'm sorry, but he would have waited till his mother was in bed, not sitting in the living room talking to Mr. Chris.
right. So does that make 12 to 6 seem more plausible of the time? To me, yes, because of that reason. I'm just trying to look for, okay, Christopher is not because of Katie. Remember, it's Christopher that told us about that conversation. Katie has never talked about that conversation. It has only been Christopher. And I don't know why she never talked about that conversation. Like honestly, I don't know why she never said in any of the conversation that I was talking with Chris till 12. That's why I know, because I went to bed at 12, and I would have seen him go out the front door. You think she would have been saying something like that in all of her uh talks in the interviews, but she never did up until the Chronicles of Olivia about the thud even. But anyways, so that's where I put, okay, well, this must have been then between 12 and 6 to the best of our knowledge, based on, again, all of Katie's statements. But anyways, so to me, um, this neighbor again supposedly says, and I heard that PI talk about this as well. So maybe there's some truth to it. So I had said before that Sweetie Pie Low had talked to one of the people that had camera footage, and she forgot to ask her about the one door that was open, and she forgot to ask her which one. Um, so she had said that at 9:08, Sebastian's light went out. That at 11 something, like 11:47, that the living room light went out. So that's close to 12. Makes sense. And then I kind of heard the PI talking about that. So I'm not sure if that's information that came through Seth, or if that's factual, or if it's because Seth heard it because of another YouTube creator, or if that's factual, because he didn't seem to. A lot of the times when he hears stuff, it's because of a YouTube creator, you know? So when the PI said it, I still take that with a grain of salt, because I don't know that that was necessarily true statement. But, Sweetie Pie Low is somebody that I, do respect. If she tells me she talked to a person that, from the footage personally, and this person's giving them information and saying like, hey, look, yeah, the light did turn off at this time here, and the light did turn off at that time there, and that anything pretty much that Katie has said is true for the time wise about Sebastian taking the garbage out, that Sebastian went to bed at around 9 o'clock, that she went to bed around 12. So that's barring the fact that all that's true, then it puts it into that whole 12 to 6 area,
That's right. And so, was there any debunking done about him possibly going out of his bedroom window?
Well, that's been one of my big questions personally, and the only thing that we have to go on again is by Katie, who said that when LE was in the house, during one of their 10 searches. But anyways, near the start of it, when they were in the house, I guess probably, I think that's must have been when Seth got there that morning. And Seth said that his Christopher Proudfoot's mom was there as well. Now, I don't know where that stuff came about that somebody says that um, Bauer Sox's car was seen near Sebastian's school at 5. I have no idea where that came from. Didn't even dive into it because I consider that probably to be more bullshit than anything, unless there's proof of that. But that to me is just another rumor. Have you guys all heard of that too, right? Some about Bauer Sox car being near the beach school, elementary, and stuff like that. Did you hear that one, Charmaine?
I didn't, but you have to remember I've been kind of out of the loop.
I know. I just wanted to if you heard of it.
Yeah.
Mm.
No, I didn't hear anything like that. But I mean, interesting.
Interesting. Yeah. But I think it's just another add-on tale to just people making crap up. Unless I've seen proof of that myself. Like I said, right? You just take it with a grain of salt. But anyway, so I don't even know what my point was anymore. I actually forgot it. There was a point somewhere back then, but it was about, I was talking about the time 9:08 to 11, 12 to 6 timeline. Oh, you were talking, sorry, you asked about the whole bedroom thing. So
Yeah.
my point there was that, so according to Katie, is that the police, after looking at everything, that he would have been seen on camera in the backyard if he would have went out that way, or from the side garage, that there was nothing to show that he went out the windows. So it must have been the locked front door.
Which was a keypad, right?
Right, which was a keypad, so he would have to lock it once he was outside.
Which is literally just pushing a button. It's
Right.
not that big of a deal, yeah.
Pushing buttons, right? But anyways, so again, that's where I go, okay, well, that's Katie's story, but was there any mulch moved? Was there any, anything to show that there was some mulch moved by chance? But we don't know. That's our only answer that we know to that is from Katie saying that the alley, basically, it was most likely that he went out the front door. It was most likely, she said. So,
And the no shoes thing to me is also it's speculation, because do you normally take an inventory of every pair of shoes in your house?
I mean, honestly, Seth said he had 3. Katie said, I think he had 3. Basically, he had his old sneakers, new sneakers, and a pair of boots that Seth had bought him.
Okay, fine. But what about Chris's shoes? Or
Well, right.
You never know.
Well, that's just funny because FS Investigates was asking about that. And I'm like, well, that was like 4 or 5 weeks ago, maybe longer even, because that was one. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it was Adam that said that, which is Aspen Connor. Because he was like, well, do we know if he wore Chris's boots? Was any of his missing? But again, my thing is this, is that enough time has gone past that you would think that there would be a different, unless they were said not tell, but I would think then that Katie would retract it and say something like, look, we thought that he didn't, he went shoeless, but she might have said by now, like, some slippers were missing, or Chris Proudfoot's, a pair of his shoes were missing, or something like that. But we haven't heard that, so we don't know, besides what Katie originally said. And the same thing about the flashlight, right? Those were original things said. So we actually don't know, because there's never been an update from Katie if things were different on that. I think the flashlight one kind of came back to her. But as for the shoes, like I said, there was no change to give us a different update to that. So we're still stuck in our heads with the fact that you either went out with socks on or barefooted, one of the two, which seems hard to believe. I don't feel like you did. I just gotta go to the washroom really quick. Can you take over chat for a second and look at some of the questions or whatever you want to say? But my question to you will be, do you believe that he was barefooted, wore socks, or that he actually did have some shoes on? It seems highly unlikely that he would go out without shoes, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said earlier about my kids, maybe shoes would be a little bit different than remembering what shirt they walked out of the house with and tracking down what clothes might be missing. It would be a little bit easier to figure out if there were any shoes missing. But I mean, maybe he had a friend's pair of sandals or something in his room, or maybe an old pair of shoes in his closet, or maybe a pair of slippers that they forgot Chris had. And I mean, there's so many potential scenarios that we just don't know. And looking at the shoe rack at the front door or whatever she used to deduce that he left with no shoes on, her memory could have been skewed as well. Panic, like I said before. But I wanted to go back to Lala. She said Sebastian wandered around the neighborhood, maybe to the construction site to watch the machines. Could some nefarious worker befriend him? And have they all been vetted? Did they ever see him there? That's a really great point. Was it an active construction site? I always thought it was possible that if he did walk away at night just to go check things out, that would be where a person with a 10-year-old's mentality might go, just to check out the machines when nobody was there. Possibly there was somebody there who grabbed him. But I do think that there would be some kind of evidence left behind. And I think it was a while ago in one of the chats, Travis was talking about wildlife and stuff there, and the potential that if he was out in the middle of the night, maybe a bear or something came across him. But there would still be some kind of trace. There would be something. And as far as we know, they haven't found anything, right? As far as I know, the glasses they found turned out not to be his. Would be a good idea to question the foreman. Absolutely. I would hope that law enforcement has done that. Chris Proudfoot say floodlights at the garage were always on, but they were off.
Well, whoops, I'm blurry. Just came back and sat down, and all of a sudden I guess I'm blurry. 1 second. I know how to fix this.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the answer to that one is.
I know the answer.
I'm sure you do.
There we go. I know the answer to that. So with the floodlights, okay. They said that the floodlights were always off. But what they said was that the two lights above the garage were always on. They said that they didn't typically have the floodlights on. So they said that on Nancy Grace. So that makes sense to me. I mean, honestly, some people have them on, some people have them off. They had the two ones above the garage that were always on. And then Katie talked about the solar lights that were in the front of the yard. So to me, that was like, neither here nor there, right? Sometimes you walk by somebody singing their floodlights come on when somebody passes by, but these two lights were always on. But that was the answer to that one. Feels like he had a random extra pair of shoes. I can't see him leaving myself.
It's possible. And anybody that thinks it's impossible that Katie knew every single pair of shoes and slippers that were in that house, and she remembered that, you know what I mean? It's just, I've got so many pairs of shoes here. I wouldn't notice if one was missing. And it's just me. So, I mean,
it doesn't sound like he had a lot, but he wore slippers
in the house, though. I'm not talking about his shoes. Maybe he purposely didn't wear his shoes. Maybe he purposely put Chris's on or something.
Well, yes, but don't you think we would have heard them change their story about that at some point if that had happened?
They even realized that they were gone.
Well, you would think. I mean, I don't know, because I guess it really depends on everyone's homes, because in my home, you could count my shoes on one hand. I wear the same shoe all the time for work until it wears out. I'll have one pair of running shoes and I'll have a pair of boots.
Well, me too, but that doesn't change the fact that I've probably got 12 pairs of sandals, 4 pairs of knee-high boots. I've got winter
You
boots.
do.
I've got summer shoes. I've got sneakers. I've got Crocs. Do you know what I mean? Like I have got
I
a
got
pair of
Crocs too.
shoes that I
Yeah.
do not wear. I
Right.
just
And
don't wear, but they're
and
here.
it could be overlooked because I can't personally see that he was out there. And as for the mulch thing, yes, it was wood chips. So at the end of the day, still, if he went out, there might not be like there might not be a disturbance of mulch, but then there could be as well. But I don't know. Like I said, it was just a question in my head because, again, you don't know when somebody's tiptoeing through it. Usually the mulch, I'm sure, wouldn't move too much. You would think, but I'm just curious because there's only to me 2 real options here: front door or the window. For if he left, how he left. And thank you, Sparrow, for the compliment. Obviously, that's all because of Charmaine that makes this channel just so awesome. Do I sound like
I
Aspen,
feel like
Charmaine?
Lala's like but Aspen is not genuine. You are. I appreciate you. Lala is coming up with some really good theories that I don't know why, but I just never thought of.
What did she say?
The latest one is I always felt a construction worker befriended him and possibly arranged to meet him there, possibly on the guise of letting him try out the equipment. Now, that would be attractive to a mentality of a 10-year-old, but we have to do it at night when there's nobody else here. That kind of nefarious way of thinking. I like how
Right.
Lala, that's a good
I
one.
can see why Charmaine likes this Lola. Yeah.
Mhm. Very dark, but very
Well,
plausible.
I was thinking of Minecraft when I was thinking of the construction site. I was thinking maybe he wanted to go play on the toys in the construction area because they're like Minecraft is where you dig underground and you create stuff in a sense. It's an underground type of game. Um, so many kids are into Minecraft.
Yeah.
So that's why I was thinking that perhaps, because when kids are into Minecraft, let me tell you this, they are into Minecraft. And so I was just kind of thinking, so maybe he just decided that he was going to go over to the construction site, because he knew that there was some Tonka toys to play with in a sense, and
Yeah.
that he was just going to go check it out. And then
Absolutely.
perhaps, and I think this was what one of my original thoughts was when, and then obviously perhaps there was a nefarious person that saw him there, and because there are pedos in the area, but or something had happened to him. Hence why I guess the landfill search in Kentucky, or why they went to the Kentucky one for the construction site garbage. But anyways, so that was always one of my thoughts about Minecraft, like just thinking that, so exactly. Like at the end of the day, um, like this is just ridiculously long that there's been no anything with Sebastian. We don't know what happened to him. Don't know if he's alive, whether he's dead, whether he was overlooked, whether he is with somebody. I just want to stay very hopeful for this one because it's one of the very few cases where I feel like there still is hope. Normally I feel this sense of, like this parent sadly
Yes.
is just not seeing what's right in front of them and stuff like that. But I'm not there with this case. What I'm there with this case is that there is a chance that Sebastian is somewhere and maybe he doesn't want to be found. Maybe someone does have him um, unwillingly, those possibilities, but we would like to at least try to either bring guilt to someone that possibly does have them or somebody that knows information that speaks up. Because how many times do we watch cases where people don't say anything until something happens and they are forced to either come forward or do they finally decide to talk because of this reason? Happens all the time,
And it's
to be
it's kind of scary too, because if somebody does have him and the more pressure that's been put on could force them to panic, try to get out of a situation. And I mean, the thought is scary unless he's there kind of willingly, that he doesn't want to go home But at that same time, that adult, that individual would start to also feel pressure about coming clean, telling the truth. I love those. They're the same color as mine. You're muted.
Shit. Okay, now I'm not. These are the most comfortable ass things to wear is Crocs.
They
I
are.
I hated it when I saw look down at people's feet and I'm like, what ugly ass things are those? And then I remember I had a pair, and my son. Okay, I had a pair of dogs. Or yeah, this is called dog. Um, and I had a pair of Crocs, and my son had a pair of Walmart Crocs that were like camouflage. I'll tell you, I wanted to wear his Crocs any day from Walmart over the actual Crocs at the time because the ones that he got from Walmart were so freaking comfortable. These dogs are as well. I love them. I wear them all the time, besides when I can't wear them at work. Other than that, I do not give a shit how ugly they look. They are so comfortable.
Now, do you
They
wear them with or without socks?
without.
Without?
I don't wear socks at all.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't wear
interesting.
socks. I gave up socks a long time ago.
Oh,
I
wow.
I don't like socks on my feet. It doesn't matter. In my boots, my feet will go. I don't have like stinky feet like some people can get. I don't get that syndrome. But anyways, I like no socks. If I mean, I'm not sitting here with a bra on right now. Why? Because it's freedom. Okay, I got a shirt on, but you guys can't see down there anyway. So I don't care. When I'm home, you will not see me with a bra on at all. And sometimes when I go out, I'll just put a jacket on because I hate being constricted to the over the shoulder boulder holders. I like loose and free. So that's why I don't wear jewelry and stuff. I don't like things on my face. I don't like jewelry. I just like to be free and flowing. That's just me. Okay.
Same, same.
I know that's a shocker, right, Liz? I told you everything. I probably told you way too much than you needed to know. But and I like my what are they called? Those boots, the lugs. What are they called? Those
Uggs.
boots. Uggs. Uggs. I like those too. Why? I like to be able just to slip on a boot. No freaking straps and stuff. I like freedom. CJK. Come on
See.
now. Yeah. Um, 1 second here. Let's catch up. And then we'll watch a little bit of this here in front of us. I couldn't walk past a construction site, storm drain, underpass, abandoned house, or creek as a kid. It was always a great place to learn life lessons. When I was a kid at a construction site, hold on, let's see. You guys can't really see it. There was this little shit on our block. His name was Derek DeTosto. Derek DeTosto threw a rock right across. You know when they're building the bottom foundation of a house? Now, in this case, when I say bottom foundation, it means underground, like the basement. And so that part was being built. But anyways, he launched this rock right across that length of the house, landed square ass in my right here, right there. So when I smile, it looks like a dimple, but it's really a scar from where a rock landed and launched in my face. I went home and I'm like, Mom, and Derek the dog store. He was a little shit, okay? He was the biggest shit on the block. Anyways, so my mom pulls out the rock out of my face and she's like, I wonder if I should take you to get stitches or not. Okay, well, let's just see how it is. Anyways, it ended up being that it turned into a dimple. So, but that's what I think about when I think of construction site. When somebody says that right away, I just remember that and the rock right in my face. Good thing it wasn't my eye. Like literally, it was like right here.
Wow.
You know?
That was
But
close.
he's talking about a little shit of the block. You want to talk about that kid that comes out of the chute evil? That was Derek. Okay, evil. Oh yeah. Anyways, okay. Going back to well, let's watch a little bit of this. Want to watch a little bit of this, guys?
Absolutely. I
Yeah.
haven't
Okay.
seen this before.
I'll put it on 1.25 speed.
Was this morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's just try to put it on 1.25 and see how that goes. If it sounds like it's too fast, I'll turn it off. But let's just watch some of this. Hey, Peter Hyatt, I've seen you, dude, and you better not copyright strike me for playing some of your content. Just putting that out there. Peter Hyatt, I love you. Love you. I don't know you, but I love you. I've never played any of his stuff before. I've wanted to, but I haven't, just because of that reason. But I feel like he's a good dude. But we'll see. We'll see if I ever get a copyright strike for it.
To finding missing 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, hopefully alive. But as the time has gone on, it was, I think, February 26th. We're reaching 2 months. It becomes much more difficult for anyone to hold on to hope that way. While I was getting set for this, Seth reached out and I invited him to come on. So he's here, and I'd like to just to address this one particular issue that I think is very important. What prompted me to want to do this, and I'm pleased to have Seth, and I recognize that this is a nightmare, that the only way to survive it is perhaps some form of denial as time goes on for him. But it was a recent video that someone sent me of Sebastian's mother, that and some of the reactions within social media that were, I think, concerning. I'm not sure how distracting they really are, but there's a lot of information that is listed as breaking and bombshell, and life continues to go on, days continue to pass, and Sebastian is not found or recovered. In a recap for the case, and I won't make you wait as I hand the key, which is still another mystery itself, but
is it just me, or do you think I could get away with 1.5 on this one?
Yeah, he's quite slow talker. He's like me.
Let's just try 1.5 on this one and just see if it's too fast, because he's talking very slow. Get to the point, dude. Okay. Oops. Sorry. Thank you for letting me watch your video, Peter Hyatt.
A recap is 15-year-old boy with autism was reported missing. And I've interviewed a lot of kids over the years through Child Protective Services that had autism. It seemed to me, experientially, that no two were alike. And I had to adjust in the moment to be able to reach them. And there's some similarities of muted emotions or irregulated emotions. And parents know how difficult that is, and have better insight than me going from interview to interview and then moving on. When he went missing, I think the first thing that everyone kind of recognized is there's a step parent involved. And when there's a high needs child, the risk it's a risk factor. It's something that is taken into consideration because it is really difficult. And parents will tell you how difficult that is, and they need family support, and they need as much help from a community as they can get. I mean, it's really difficult. And they make mistakes, they lose tempers, they struggle. And to say otherwise just isn't reality. And so there's a risk factor. Oh no, number one is a high needs child, autism, has gone missing. They're going to have behaviors. Some of them are runaways, some of them are not. Some of them will bury themselves under blankets, in dark corners. They'll hide. It's all very different, but it's a tragedy that we might see on the television, for example, but not live. So it's right off the bat. And then we had the presence, according to what we saw in the news, the presence of a stepfather. But the first thing, and that's a risk factor, but the first thing that comes up in this was silence. That an investigator will ask, well, who was the last person to see Sebastian alive? Under whose watch did a child go missing? That's just 101, the beginning where things begin. And so the public responded, I think.
Charmaine, do you think this is when people sometimes, that one person said to me once, Sonny, breathe? you think that's what's going on here? Because I'm just a bit in shock that he hasn't even let Seth say a word yet, really.
Yeah, right? He's kind of taken a while to get to the point. Seth was just like, okay, well, I'm just going to grab a beer. I'll be right back.
Pretty much. I was going to say get a drink, and then all of a sudden I was put bathroom instead. And then all of a sudden he goes to the fridge and grabs a drink. Okay. And I got this on 1.5. I felt like 1.25. And I remember I was going, wait a second. This is on 1.25, and I still feel like it's on regular speed.
Mhm.
1.5 is perfect right now for the moment. I almost feel like we could go 3 times and still, I don't know.
Well, hopefully it's not too fast for Seth talking.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. We'll see.
If
At least
Seth
what I read,
Yeah.
they're angry. Why are these people being silent? And it goes against, especially a mother's instinct. The father is protect. The mother is nurture. These things come from creation. These are God-given. And for a mother to be silent, there's one of two reasons. Generally, there can be others, but either police have revealed to the mother, there's no point in you calling out for your son. We have evidence of his death. The blood. We have this, that. So she begins to go into the wrestle of denial and grieving and then not believing, and it's a lot of emotions. And there could be other reasons, but generally speaking, if a mother has a child went missing on a mother's watch and the mother has nothing to hide, they are out front and they're giving a description of Sebastian, including behaviors, even if it's a style of walking, clothing, everything else, of course, but any type of reaction, so people could recognize him. In this sense, she's calling out to him. An interviewer will say, "How are you doing?" And there's a certain element there where even the most inflamed mother is going to say, I'm okay, I'm hanging in there, this is a nightmare, and then move the conversation, grab it, move it back to, here's where we're looking, here's where we have to find him, I need your help. Sebastian, if you can hear me, son, run away, get out, call 911, grab any adult. There's this stymieing of maternal instinct that is very powerful, where the mother bear says, no, you can't tell me to be quiet. So they did finally speak out. And when I say they, now I'm talking about mother and stepfather. The information will lie somewhere there. And when stepfather did most of the talking and was obvious in control, and they seemed to have scripted in the interview, people recognized it. People without training recognized it, saying, uh-oh, this is scary. Listen to this guy. And so people did ask questions, especially after the first interview, and people didn't believe him. And the social media backlash was on these two. And then there's the dad in the background, with this heartache of being distant, but not having knowledge of what happened. Now, when I analyzed that first interview, I said, they've coordinated their statements, their story. And mom is withholding information about what happened. And I'd like to just to give you an idea about it. With the social media and the instant churning of the bombshell and the breaking news, and people have sent me outrageous things, just foolish and outrageous things. And then there's the psychics that I've talked about before, people that call themselves psychics or readers or energy or whatever the wording may be. They're deceivers. And you'll notice if you read enough of them, what they do is they work on the element of vagueness, and they look for those without discernment to bring in. That's all fine and well. And if you'd like to believe that, you can. I don't. And for reasons I can state pretty plainly. But what it comes down to is listening when someone speaks. I had a case years ago where, and this was in correlation with FBI agents working on it, where 2 young women were murdered in a very rural area. And the case went cold. They found the bodies at the car, and the case went cold over a lot of years. And then they found someone online who was writing a lot about the case. And they said, this guy knows things about the case that only we know. And he's writing about it. And we're able to place him in this rural area at the time the 2 young women were murdered. And so they were right. He wrote a great deal of information about it. And I had plenty to analyze. And analyze I did. And there are certain things you look for linguistically that connect someone. And it wasn't there. It wasn't there. Remember, he's going to have, the killer is going to have a very strong opinion, even as he tries to conceal it, which I didn't, about the victims. There's a need to justify or a need to conceal, but self-preservation kicks in. And many of you saw that with the McCann's early interviews. This was all about them, not about a supposed missing child. And as it turned out, he didn't do it. And so you say, well, how did he know so many things? Is it some kind of psychic or a power beyond the means of understanding that people have? Is he somehow? No, the guy, he was a true crime fan, and he knew, and in my opinion, he accepted human nature for what it is. He knew. He was a good listener and a good writer, intelligent guy, but he didn't do it. And so that ended that way. In interviewing kids with autism, it's difficult. I've interviewed a lot of adults with adult autism, which can be very, very difficult. because there's perseveration. There's a repeating of something that happened maybe 20 or 30 years ago. And
Okay, holy shit.
Oh my God.
Like, are you guys not where I'm at right now? Like,
Can you like scan through it and see when
That's-
Seth's
I was-
lips
that's-
start moving?
that's what I was gonna do. Like, I was literally gonna try to scan here.
Just to see if he.
Oh, shit. Hold on. He leans forward here. Oh, no, it's not talking. Hold on.
and whatever happened to him,
Nope. Oh,
I was pretty much here just to listen.
to her in 3 hours. Sebastian deserves better.
okay. Okay. So at the 23 mark,
Oh my
Start-
God.
talking. Let's go to that point. Let's I mean, you guys can go watch this fully yourself. But it's pretty much at the 23 mark. And don't get me wrong, because I appreciate Peter Hyatt's comments. I just and I am listening to what he's saying, because obviously he's a bright gentleman. And I do appreciate like what he's saying too about like, listening to someone, what they're saying, and discerning how certain things like someone would do or how they act. Obviously, he specializes in that, and that's why, and Seth is saying like I'm listening. But you guys can all go watch the full thing later. Okay, I dropped the thing, but let's play it from the point where Seth's talking.
3-hour conversation the night that 15-year-old with special needs went missing.
2
But I also have the gap of missing information of that
3
evening.
hours.
Somewhere after dinner, and between 6 a.m., there's missing information means deliberately withheld information. And so that key has always been from the moment it happened. You know what? Put aside everything. And I think it's too late at this point, but put aside everything. Your child is missing. Tell police everything. Okay? There was probably a blow up of some form, or you foolishly locked him out. Face consequences with that, but tell the truth. Because even if he is deceased, he deserves a proper and respectful burial. Even if
Damn.
it was unintended and just foolish anger, because you've seen the anger of the stepfather. I can imagine what he said on the phone to them in 3 hours, to her in 3 hours. Sebastian deserves better. So, Seth, thank you for joining. That is, I believe, the key, at least to somewhere that investigators need to go back with her.
Okay. At the 23 hour mark? 23:44. Seth, thank you for joining. Holy shit.
Re-interview, passing a polygraph of saying I didn't cause his death and I don't know where he is. This is different. The information has to be learned. These are common interviews that are done. Even as stepfather's ex-wife spoke in a child protective interview, everything is on the table. Seth, your life is put under a microscope. Everyone's life, where can he be safe? If he's found alive, where can he be safe? So all is fair. All is out there. I don't believe it's anything to do with slinging mud, but to give a portrait of what Sebastian was living under. I mean, is there anyone present that would like to live under stepfather's rule from what we've heard?
No.
From what we've heard out of his own mouth? Is there anyone that would say, hey, sounds like a good parent to me? Would anyone let him babysit your cat? Some comments from you, Seth.
I was pretty much here just to listen to you.
Okay.
You have a lot more experience and stuff, and I appreciate you having me on the panel, and I appreciate your insight. And
Does any of it sound crazy to you?
No, I was married to her for a long time, and you're right on a lot of key factors. You're right on. I believe that she did not open up at the beginning. Reading her body language while I was there, she's not telling everything. I just don't know how long she's going to continue before she decides that she's going to unburden herself.
I hope she breaks. I hope she breaks, because maybe it will give investigators insight into changing course in terms of what they were looking for. Because there are certain things that aren't making sense. But I heard from you about his experience with bare feet, and obviously the Seekers of Shoes has played quite a role in all this. And then I heard stepfather talk a lot, and that's the language of an abuser. And that's when I thought they maybe been trying to teach him some lesson how to be a man and go out there with his bare feet, or something happened that night, an altercation of some form, of which they have coordinated their accounts together since then. And so my hope is that maybe if there is a break in the relationship, maybe the maternal instincts will take over and she'll say, here's what happened. I don't want to hold this burden any longer. And I didn't intend for it to end as it did, but here's what happened. That's what I'm hoping for.
I can only hope. I still pray that my son's alive.
Just to stop it there for a second and just talk about that for a sec. So it seems to me that Peter Hyatt is underneath the impression that Katie is not saying the full story with regards to, say, her and Christopher, and that something happened, which we know something obviously happened for Sebastian just to up and poof type of thing. Now you can clearly see that he seems to be taking the side of that Sebastian perhaps is no longer here, that Katie needs to unburden some guilt that she has going on. What do you think about that, Charmaine?
You want me to actually say?
Yeah.
I think it's highly disrespectful and offensive that he can sit there with Seth and speak this way.
I agree, actually.
It was terrible. This is probably one of the worst interviews I've seen.
We haven't finished it yet, but I'm in agreement. I'm sitting here listening to his words as Seth is sitting on his panel, and he's blatantly saying, like, look, pretty much your son is no longer here, and we just need the mother to come forth and admit to that. Is that what you guys
said? That Seth actually has to say the words, I still have hope that my son is alive. I mean, it's...
Yeah, I know. That's what I know.
I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine being that. Somebody had mentioned the word narcissistic, but this goes into heartless.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm feeling. I'm sorry, but and this is where I think a lot of people kind of forget, as they're talking on their channels, when they're talking about, meaning if there's any case that has hope, in a lot of cases, this case does have hope to it. But to literally have and say that while he's sitting there, I couldn't. I mean, obviously it's apparent that that's a possibility. It's a possibility, but this is almost coming across so far like you just need to open up your eyes, Seth. Katie,
you're in denial type thing.
Hi, B&D. Yeah. Anyways, well, let's listen to it a little bit more. But when he said that, I know, like when Seth just said that, right, because Peter doesn't know what happened. Yes, he's, yeah, let's just listen to it more a little bit.
Yeah. And the sooner she unburdens herself, the sooner we can either find him, triangulate on a course of action.
I understand that you're trying to work together.
I'm hoping that she'll work together. I'm hoping that both her and Chris will actually start working with me so that I can work with them. I mean, that was pretty much the whole discussion last night before the vigil. And I do hope that they actually work with me.
Okay, I want to cry.
If my child goes missing, my first call is to police. My second call is to biofather. A great comment. I mean, it's just so common, such a natural reaction.
Like, what are you supposed to say at that point when you're Seth to a man that thinks your son is gone?
Seth came to live.
Go ahead, Jermaine.
I feel terrible for Seth because now he sees the direction that this man is going. What do you have to say? Why would you take hope away from a parent?
I mean, I get about being realistic, but come on, with a lot of sensitivity, and that's not what's happening here. I mean, just what my heart's just breaking right now listening to this. To be honest with you, I'm actually quite disgusted. I'm sorry, Peter, but I'm kind of disgusted. I think it's because Peter is one of those people that talks in a certain box, like he's programmed. And that's why he was talking about psychics and that the way he was, because he's one of those people that is almost of no emotion. Like I'm talking about this like this, putting it out there. And it's like, and here Seth is sweating, you know, every day, trying to find his son, having the hope. And it's like this person's just talking negativity, really. Like everything he's saying is negative so far.
Listen, maybe trying to be realistic, but there's a time and a place. There's also a compassionate way to do it, and he's just not.
Yeah. Yeah. But, and the way he closed his eyes too and said, I really hope that, you know, we can work together. You know, like I like just the way he held his eyes closed there for like at least a good 10 seconds there. Anyways, okay, let's grudge through this.
Listen, that was what he said. And he is in need of working with others. So otherwise I'd be asking a lot of questions. Though I don't think you have many answers, Seth.
I don't. I've had a lot of questions since this has started.
Were you
Because I
there
don't
that night?
have the answers.
Were you there that night?
I wasn't.
Who was there that night?
Katie and Sebastian.
And that's where the key lies is in the mother that was there telling the truth. Jason's an analyst. I think she should be interviewed more without Chris around. Yeah, I certainly agree. There should be I think if they know anyone that she's close to that she would confide in. In terms of criminality, there may not be there. It may not be considered criminal behavior in the sense that there was a fight or something took place without Sebastian to testify. There's probably not going to be any consequences. My hope is just come out and talk. Come out and talk to the investigators. And as Jason said, alone, and come clean with it. She needs to come clean with it. 2 months now. No one, I think, can argue with Annie P. She'll never talk with Chris in her ear. No, I mean, he's obviously concerned about the connection to his other case going on. He's concerned about his reputation, and he's willing to really go after people who don't believe him with anger and rage. So if you've seen that, you can probably consider what it was like for Sebastian with his difficulties, living under someone with that type of anger. Are you working now, Seth?
No, I haven't gone back to work. It's really hard to think about anything but my son.
Yeah. That's understood. Here's a couple more comments. And if you're lying, you're not cooperating. Exactly. You know, there's a time to come clean, and there's a time to talk about what happened. There may be some little detail that they don't, Katie doesn't even recognize if she unburdens herself. It's like, oh, we've got to go this direction or that direction. Because I think that either at this point, 2 months, it's either he befell trouble in a natural sense of water, or ditches, that sort of thing, or he was taken after being put out of that house. Anything that when someone tells the truth, and I don't have the answer, but that is the key. When someone tells the truth, who was present, that one person, when they tell the truth, sometimes they give out a detail that seems so insignificant, and it proves to be the outworking. With the Nathan Carmen case, there was just a minor detail of taking a wrench and just tightening something on the boat or loosening it, so there would be trouble, sabotaging it. But some minor detail like that can lead investigators to go at least a direction, which seems to be very difficult. So that was a good comment. See some of the others. In the interview, I saw the feeling of guilt in the face of the mom. Kirsten, was that recently, the recent interview? I thought that she, besides, I didn't like the language in the sense that it was very tight. And it appeared to me that, wow, she's learned the lesson of social media. But I also thought I saw a little bit of guilt in that face as well. Like maybe not guilt, but regret. Time to tell the truth. And Seth, if you've come just to listen, and I appreciate you coming on, I'm not throwing the questions out that are coming into the chat. Here's some of the things. The most recent interview, KP looks like she's reading off the script. I agree. That was my opinion. Which means, if I'm her and I'm getting the scripted message, one of the things about that was it was clear to me that she had the questions beforehand, and her answers were, came very easily that way. but it also showed me she's intelligent. She learned from social media. Remember that time that one of the interviews where he allowed her to actually speak and answer a couple of questions? I think the drama that goes on behind the scenes, that people are upset, and rightfully so. And I think that everyone wants Sebastian found. Everybody wants him to be alive. But, we're not living the nightmare. Any other questions? So that would be something that hopefully the initial investigation knows about, or the clothes that Sebastian wore to the restaurant that's still in the house. Hopefully they collected enough evidence. I think that needs comment. It's just our hope that the investigation was going well. And probably some other questions that are, these are good questions. Was he wearing shoes when he took out the trash? These are good questions. But my hope is that we don't need to toss them around, because investigators would have asked these things. And if it was missed early on, they can go back. I don't know I haven't worked with that department. I don't know that I've had much contact over the years, anything with Tennessee, but some places that lack experience, something like a smaller town, a small location, it's kind of a nice thing that they don't have that going on. But you do have to call in help from others. Here's one question I would like to answer. It scrolls by pretty quickly. I'm doing my best that I try to get that. But someone asked about the statement of, when they're finally reaching out to them, you're not in trouble. That was a great question. I'm sorry I can't post it there. That shows someone's listening, and there was trouble. Otherwise, it wouldn't be said. So very good observation. Again, I think I've said this before. Again here, if you get a chance, there's a video on YouTube of one of the most brilliant minds I've ever had the pleasure of dealing with, Frank Marsh. He was an instructor at the FBI National Academy and military background. And he has a video. It's old. It's called The Power of Questions. And it's something that it's not just for investigators. It really is for life itself. And I can't recommend it more highly. It's impacted me greatly. He had invited me to the FBI National Academy a number of years ago, where I was able to bring my daughter. My wife had my daughter, Christina. And especially during lunch when she had a full chance to talk with him, she was so impressed. It was life-changing how powerful questions are. And that's what we want to ask. Yeah, thanks, Lana. He's a brilliant mind. And it is the most powerful element within analysis, criminal analysis, statement, everything is to ask questions. And that's some of the basic questions. Why do you need to tell me you're a good mom if nothing bad happened?
I know you're not a behavioral analysis, but do you think she'll die on that pedestal?
I don't know her enough, Seth, to give an answer. I agree with some of the people commenting that I do think that relationship is going to break. That's his pattern anyway. You might have a better insight into that if he's not around. That would be my hope. If any parent can lose their temper, any parent can. I've been shaken baby cases where they've been prosecuted. And generally speaking, no one that I ever interviewed woke up and say, oh, today I'm going to shake my baby. They lose it in a moment, and the life is forever altered, and the child is damaged or deceased. And it's a horrible, horrible thing. I'm hoping that they will split and that she will want to clear her conscience. And even if it's that foolish, well, we decided to, not let this behavior go on any longer, so I put him outside, and he has to get over. I wanted him to get over his fear without the shoes on, or something like that. Something went wrong, and someone just commented.
Stop there just for a second there. He's very persistent on thinking that Katie had everything to do with this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost like after everything, I guess that seems to be, I just feel really bad for Seth, because the whole vibe of this live is him instead of trying to give off more positive things, it's almost like his mind is made up and that Katie had everything to do with this. And granted, meaning it's plausible. It's not like it's out of, because we don't know the truth. We only know the truth through the speakings of Katie, and Christopher. So that's the only thing, like we've already talked about, that we have to go by. is what's being said, but talking about a downer session for Seth on this one. And what did he say there? He said, "Do you think she will ever?" What
I
did
can't remember his wording, but like die. Will she die on that pedestal? Like, will she
So,
die on that mountain, just denying? So, and I mean, that in it of itself is heartbreaking to
this
me,
morning,
because
yeah.
now have we planted the seed in Seth's
Right,
head? Do you know what I
right,
mean? Like, there's really something to be said about the power of positivity and keeping hope, and just watching
yeah,
Seth kind of, absorb this
yeah,
potential scenario is not, it's not good for Seth. It's unfortunate that it went down like this. And it kind of bothers me that a little while ago, Peter had said um, something about asking questions, or you're just here to listen or whatever. And I'm like, well, you haven't asked him anything. You haven't asked him a single question.
yeah.
Chat, but
The chat is, yeah.
never
Um,
strange.
and I just want to say this. Thank you, Rev Fam Grandma. I saw you subscribe not too long ago, and thank you to all the new subscribers that I have seen subscribing during this live. So, for anyone that's new coming into this, again, everyone's entitled to their opinion, no matter what they think. If they think it's different than ours, that's fine. Okay. Um, again, for anyone that's mentions a channel, we don't play that game ourselves here. If somebody wants to, like, meaning, try not to degrade a channel. If you have something, a positive channel that you feel like you saw something earlier, like a lot of people have today. So this was done like this morning. uh, Basically at the time it said 6 hours ago, so it was done earlier today, this interview. Then he had also talked on Pascal's show. Okay. Now, I do want to say, from just a humane perspective, I'm not overly appreciating this particular interview. I get it. That you have to be a realistic about everything, but this interview is nothing shy of constantly accusing that Katie needs to unburden herself. And Seth is sitting right there, basically listening to Peter keep telling him that his child is gone and that she needs to just fess up. Um, and that's breaking my heart, to be honest with you.
There's absolutely no compassion in this interview whatsoever. It's heartbreaking.
Uh,
I'm a little surprised.
Me too. And thank you. And thank you guys. And yes, positive vibes. I mean, you don't have to do anything by no means. If you do want to support, it's in the pinned comment, the PayPal and the buy a coffee thing if you feel like it. But there's never any expectation except for from Charmaine, and her memberships until she runs broke. Um, right, Charmaine?
Right.
No. Anyways, appreciate. I just, at the end of the day, again, for anyone new to this channel, okay, this isn't a channel that you come to with, these bombshells. And, well, it depends if it's breaking news. If it is breaking news, I might put that sometimes. But anyways, it's just about sincerity, honesty, transparency, and trying to stick to the facts, and yet still have some, obviously some speculation and stuff like that. And again, whoever wants to think that Chris and Katie are involved or not involved, just be respectful in your comments and do not attack Seth if you're in here. Okay, because Seth does frequent the channels, and he does come in here as well. And he has came on one of the lives, an impromptu one, the one day. And but bottom line is that our heart on this channel, has compassion and care where it should be placed. And for anyone, to me, that's attacking Seth during this time, why? Because his polygraph didn't come back. It came back as, inconsistent or whatever it was, and stuff like that. This man has done, to me, the epitome. And don't you think, Jermaine, that he's the epitome of what a parent should be doing? And he's doing everything up and beyond. Like he said, I can't even think of work. Well, who
Mhm.
could? When you're a
Right.
parent of a
He's,
child,
he's doing everything that he can think to do. And at some point,
yes,
there's, at some point, I think we can all recognize that our there would be no place else to go. So we're going to go back to the beginning and we're going to research and we're going to redo everything that we've already done, no matter what it looks like. So the level of fatigue this man has, the polygraph test to me is meaningless on both sides, whether Chris passed and Seth inconsistent or inconclusive. It's meaningless because they're all going through some level of turmoil. And somebody said earlier, this is worse than grief. This is torture for parents. Could you imagine, just imagine for a half a second,
Your only
your
child.
child is missing and
Only
you
child.
have no idea where he is. Torture.
You know, it just breaks my heart. And again, you guys, as well, please, if you guys, there's a few things going on here. There's a QR code that's up in the corner. That is for the petition that Seth started. There's in the pinned comment, there is Seth's cash app, which is $TMB Fleming. We personally don't have Cash App here in Canada, but most of the people that watch this show are, the gist of you guys are all from the United States or abroad that possibly do. There's the GoFundMe as well, Sebastian Rogers GoFundMe. And then there's the shirts if people want to help support. I just cannot imagine, I'm sorry, but I can't, when people can be so heartless as to not see that Seth, regardless of maybe some misspoken words, doesn't matter, you know, put yourself in the shoes of what this man has been doing since the beginning, right? Since the beginning, before he did an interview, since the beginning of this, what has this man done as a parent? I would expect that anyone out there that if they ever found themselves in this position, that they would want the same thing done to, you know, that you would want the same thing that you do to others. What am I saying? I'm saying that totally wrong. Put yourself in his shoes and just imagine if this was your child and the grief that you would be feeling, especially when this is an only child, right? Like this is his one son. He has no more. There are no more children. And could you go to work and start thinking about work? Or would your mind be every second focused on where is my child? He has no clue if his child is alive or if he's dead, but he's holding out hope. And I am as well. And so is Charmaine. So is a lot of other people. So let's do right by the family and let's just focus on Sebastian and not the drama. You know, people want to live and feed off of that shit and make crap up, you know. And but you know, I'm not even minding the whole, you know, sometimes people do like I don't want to call it clickbait. Clickbait is when you don't talk about something that, you know, is in the thumbnail in a sense. But they purposely make titles to draw in a viewer. Now, at the end of the day, if that creates more people to click on that and draw attention to Sebastian's case, who cares then? I mean, honestly, the channels will each do their own thing. We'll do our way here. You know, we don't necessarily work that way, but again, and you know, so sometimes I'll say the channel suffers from maybe not being that way, but I don't care because morally, it's what I do. I'm not going to sit there and try to ever fake somebody out or try to misrepresent something in a sense, but each to their own. At the end of the day, if it creates more views and more awareness to Sebastian's case, I'm all for that. I'm all for Chris and Katie and Seth Rogers working together, but we only just heard that really today. So we'll see what happens, or well, I should say last night, but we'll see how that plays out. Maybe it won't even come to fruition. Maybe, you know, leopards don't change their spots and it might stay the same. But I'm willing myself to give them a kind of like a clean slate without forgetting what has been said or how they have acted, in hopes that Seth and Katie and Chris can pull together, put their information together, and figure out what happened to Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if it doesn't happen, are we in any different spot than where it is right now? No. Will it bring even more scrutiny upon Katie and Chris. If it doesn't happen, absolutely, you know. But again, they kind of put themselves in that position by inconsistencies and the kind of weird interviews. And I call them weird because there was no, because Chronicles of Olivia was the most detailed one that finally Katie had said about the timeline, but yet it was like pulling teeth for her. And again, hiding behind the camera on the third interview, and it was like her and Christopher were like it was like Christopher was like the puppeteer for a puppet in a sense, and everyone just really wanted to hear from Katie, and it was almost like that Christopher was doing all the speaking for Katie, and like I said, maybe they didn't realize the effect it was going to happen when that's we started all seeing that, but it did. It portrayed that the harsher personality. People started not liking Christopher Proudfoot because of this more abrasive tone, and us watching Seth do all this stuff. So there, of course, there was going to be a divide, but the divide was because of them. It wasn't because of us. Like it
That's
wasn't because of the creators. The divide happened between them, which to the public came out. So of course there was going to be sides as time went on and words were spoken. But I don't care about any of that. I just care about who gives a shit about that stuff. Just work together,
That's
find
right.
Sebastian, and like whatever. Like I said, put your grievances to the side, whatever they may be, because this is about a child. It's not about Seth. It's not about Katie, and it's not about Christopher in that way. It's just about what they can do to try to work together to find this child that's missing. That's what I think everyone wants. Even if you dislike Katie and Chris, it doesn't matter. Like at the end of the day, if they're not working together, you have to ask yourself why. Like, meaning if it doesn't work out this time, you'll have to wonder why. Because if it becomes about that Seth said something maybe on this interview or another interview that they didn't like again, and then you have to really wonder where their true hearts are lying, meaning Katie and Chris. Because again, hopefully we'll see, I don't know. Hopefully we'll see something different from this point forward. We'll see. We'll see.
Hopefully.
We'll see. Anyways, Charmaine, before I finish playing the rest, do you want to say anything? Because I was obviously being like a Peter Hyatt there and didn't come up for a breath for a minute.
Not really, not about the interview or anything, just about the channel. Like it's the only place on YouTube that I know of that you can go and have your own opinion, and as long as it's respectful, nobody is going to ban you or block you or call you out or anything. As long as you're an adult and can have a respectful debate, then it's all good, and that's why I'm here. Like I've been invited on other channels, and I don't want to be associated. I don't want to be part of the drama and the, like you call it, clickbait. This is a very friendly channel. So yeah.
And honestly too, I didn't actually even go out of my way to. I don't really go out of my way ever to sit there and try to be on a bunch of different channels or stuff like that.
No, not either.
I appreciate like we have guests and that come on sometimes and stuff like that. I just kind of do my own thing in a sense, and I appreciate I appreciate the content that creators that you just see a pureness of goodness behind them. I really do appreciate those ones as I watch them, because I just like seeing people that it's just my thing. Okay, it doesn't have to be your thing, but I always like looking for a genuine content creator that sometimes you come to realize that content creators, their egos precede them somewhat, because right, they get up in the numbers and then their little bit of egos kind of start preceding them. So I see that sometimes, or you see the drama and stuff. I'm just not into drama, and that's probably mostly why I do avoid that being more outwardly
Mhm.
with other creators so much. Not to say because we do have like Drunk Turkey Show on and, different creators on here and there. But I probably will say that I don't go out of my way too much to get into the mix of all that because I can't stand drama and I don't like, I just back off from that stuff. I just want it to be wholesome, transparent, and honest. And I just kind of keep to myself a lot and just do the channel and the lives as I want them to be done in a sense. And then
Mhm.
we have our, true crime family like yourself or like Alexa, Aspen, of course, or other friends of ours, Ivy Rose and stuff like that, or Travis that has come on and, talked. And it's kind of like this little family that we've created as well. At the end of the day, um, thank you, you guys, everyone, to watching. Um, First and foremost, please hit the like and the share, bring awareness to Sebastian's case. Secondly, thank you guys for supporting the channel, subscribing in whichever way you can. Charmaine, she's like our. I don't want to put this on you to make it like she has to do this, but Charmaine has been a big contributor to people that have memberships within this channel because she has constantly over time given memberships. But I don't ever want you to feel, Charmaine, that of course I know that you always tell me that you wouldn't do something if you didn't want to. So we'll always keep it that way. Because
Mhm.
I never, so sometimes we joke around because I'm still waiting for the 500 memberships one day. But I'm thinking that's when you win the lottery. I figure
Yeah.
that will happen. Yeah, and stuff like that. But, anyways, most importantly and foremost, it will always be about the victims and caring and bringing awareness to this. This case has my heart. Okay, I want to tell you just quickly a dream yesterday. So, this is how usually my dreams happen. If I'm not having nightmares, I'm having dreams of what plays in my head and they mix together. So, I was dreaming I was at work taking phone calls, but the phone calls were about Sebastian. So it was one of those things, although I'm in customer service, but the phone calls were all about Sebastian and tips coming in. And so that's sometimes how my dreams work. It's like things from that day mesh into one, hence why I was dreaming about work and about Sebastian, which why the phone calls were about Sebastian and stuff like that. So it's like I woke up going, I just remember at one point, you guys, I literally woke up and I was like, can I just put you on hold, please? I'll just be right back. And then I went into the bathroom, had number two, too much information, I know, but that was in my dream. But I literally woke up from that dream, was like, I'll be right back in a minute, okay? And then I remember going to the bathroom, had a number two, people, okay? And I remember going, oh my God, there's still somebody on hold. And I'm awake, really, because I'm in the bathroom, but I'm still kind of in dreamland because I'm thinking that this person's still on hold from my dream that I put. I know, call me crazy. Some people do.
That's
No,
funny.
but
No, I just said that's funny.
oh,
It's amazing. Your dreams come from your subconscious and it kind of
yes,
your daily events feed into it. And most people don't remember their dreams, but and then there's some people that think
I
that
do.
your dreams can
Same
sometimes be messages.
yeah.
Messages. So
Uh, I was gonna say I don't usually look. Sometimes I'll think about that. I'm like, is there a message in this dream? I
do
don't
you
usually look.
remember any of the questions that you were being asked about?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Oh.
See, that's what I couldn't remember that part. I can remember that I kept dreaming about people calling in. And I think one of them, if I'm not mistaken, was just about that tip about the speedway thing or whatever it was. I
Mm,
think one of them was about that. And I feel like one of them was about that fake guy pretending he had Sebastian.
mm,
But mostly I think I was dealing with just a bunch of cracker jacks in a sense. It's like, yeah, yeah, okay, sure, sure. Because you know that a lot of times when it comes to tips, and I have to reference Delphi, some people will turn in the stupidest of tips ever.
yeah.
Uh, and that's what down overloads the tip line is, okay, there's something about having common sense and knowing when you have a decent tip to tip in. And then there's someone that might go, oh my God, like, I think about Abby and Libby, like this, I saw this person wearing a blue jacket, like 22 days after the murders. This, like, or you should be looking at this guy because of this. Anyways, there's some people that are so far out there that, meaning there's normal people, you know what I mean? There's different grades of people in this world, in a sense. And
Absolutely. And I think that people need to realize, like, no tip is a bad tip to a point, but realizing and respecting the value of law enforcement's time and where their focus needs to be before you're tipping in something ridiculous that couldn't possibly be connected. If you're actually going to sit down and reason it out as a logical adult and think to yourself, could this actually be connected before calling it in? I don't know if law enforcement would agree with me or not, but I cringe when I hear or hear about people tipping in something from 6 states over within a couple of days. It's like, can that actually, you know what I'm saying?
I think that there's a lot of people too that tip in a psychic reader, and instead, and I'm like, okay, well, if the psychic reader really had information, they would throw that tip in themselves. And I think a lot of times people start tipping in psychic reader. Like, I think that they do get a lot of that, and honestly, for the most part,
save it. Save it.
Again, if it's so important, the actual person that's doing the reading will send that information in themselves. But in all fairness, for the most part, I'm going to say that mostly when they get those, they're just like, yeah, next. Unless,
At Delphi, at least, they said they had to follow up every single lead.
Yeah,
That's a lot. And I am not giving law enforcement any kudos whatsoever for following up all those leads, because whatever. But I'm saying that was a lot.
Well, I mean, their number was like, I'm not even sure where it's at now, but I remember it being at like 40,000 tips and stuff like that. All I know is
70,000 tips, honey. In Delphi, 70,000 tips.
Yeah. I'm saying, if a psychic is so good, I've heard Rochelle say this, where she has sent in a tip. Okay, that's literally coming from Psychic Sleuth herself, but it's when other people kind of send things in, like, like I said, if a psychic's doing a reading and they have this, amazing information, then they should be sending that information. Nobody else should have to send it in, because if they have that information, then they should be sending it in. If they're so, accurate or positive,
sure about it, confident about it, but at the same time, how can they be? Because so many times they're not right, or a little piece of what they said might connect in some small way. But is it really worth law enforcement's time to track down? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not.
No, I think, I mean, they're used to that stuff by now. Anyway, let's kind of play this out a little bit more, see where else it goes. Anyways, poor Seth so far in this interview is all I'm going to say on this one. All right.
Something snapped.
This one's almost over.
Something snapped. And when you hear this guy's anger and the language of abuse and the language of domestic violence, like, what did your son live under? It's hard enough being a 15-year-old without any issues like autism. What did he live under? Here's something of interest, probably down the road, but yeah, civil litigations bring depositions and questions are asked. And even when someone ducks a question, that gives us information. So a good comment, that girl. Are you being bothered at all by people claiming to have all sorts of psychic powers and magical insight?
I don't. I mean, people try that stuff. I got so tired of people stating that my son was dead. I mean, that just,
really?
They don't have any clue what that stuff does to a person's faith and hope that their child is alive. I refuse to listen to that stuff anymore. As soon as somebody says, "Hey, there's,"
you can stop it there for 1 second, Charmaine. Okay.
Sorry, what?
Literally, Seth is just saying when he was talking about spiritual stuff.
Yeah,
Bottom
yeah.
line is what Seth said was, I got so tired of listening to that stuff that my son was dead. Well, Peter, that's pretty much what you've said this entire interview. And I'm just kind of like in my head going, Peter, you know, as Seth is saying that. Because
Yeah.
exactly, because there's nothing to show that he's alive. There's nothing to show that he's dead. Quit
That's-
taking away his hope, people. You know,
Yeah.
there's hope there.
Just like you go, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it. I have to have faith that my son is alive. And I have to have faith that she'll tell me.
I do terribly regret giving bold opinions on this. I don't wish to add to your pain any longer. With the world of psychics and whatever wording anyone wants to use, it's fine. There's been some real damage done at times with parents who were vulnerable. I can't imagine being any more vulnerable than not being able to find my son and being able to hear someone. It was just too much. Too much. That's why we call it predatory.
The best thing that I can say is I don't have social media. All I have is YouTube. And when I literally logged into YouTube to listen to some cryptid stories so I could lay down and try to sleep for about another hour or two, I saw yours was getting ready to come on. And I listened to all yours. I enjoy that. I enjoy listening to you. Whether you bring good information or bad information. Emotionally, I still like to listen to you. You're an expert. I consider you an expert. You are an expert.
I hope that we get good news. I think each day means it's more difficult to have hope. I pray for all of you, including not just Sebastian and you, but for a mother and stepfather. I just like the truth to come out. And if there's anything within that truth that can bring this along, that's where it's going to lie. That person of whom Sebastian was with, and there was no one else in the house, that person knows more than they've let on. And Katie, if you're listening, God forgive you, but come forward and talk. Talk for Sebastian's sake, and really for your own as well. Well, thank you for coming on, Seth.
Thank you for having me, sir.
Continue to.
All right, then. Talking about backtracking on that end part.
No kidding.
Because in the house, I was just thinking about Ray Jones yesterday, I think it was. And I was like, see, Ray Jones kind of disappears and then he'll reappear. Ray Jones, where have you been? It's been a while. Is it because we're not covering Delphi too much right now? Is that it? Or have you just been out working on the boat there fishing? Anyways, hi, Anne. How are you? Just not getting no. Why? Some people I know, it's YouTube and it's kind of like Facebook, that stuff, right? It's only like they put out so many notifications, it seems like, because there should be no reason you shouldn't be getting a notification, because it's not like I've gone past doing 3 streams a day. I literally am lucky if I get one in a day, or every other day. So you should be getting the notifications on there. Good news or good views. What's ginkgo? Yeah, I'm not sure what that is.
Biloba, it's like a natural supplement.
Oh, okay. 1 second here. Okay, so just your final thoughts on that particular video, Shami.
I think that's everything that I need to say about adults remembering to have compassion and to keep hope. Even if you've lost hope, doesn't mean you have to spread that. And he obviously has respect for this man as an expert. So I found it very unfortunate that this interview went in that direction, and I feel terrible for Seth.
Yeah. I mean, I've listened to Peter High. I can't say I've listened to all of his ones with Sebastian, but I've listened to, a good few of them for sure. And I do like the insight, kind of like what Seth was saying at the end there, good or bad. I do like listening to, expert opinions in a sense, people that have it for sure.
There's a time and a place, though.
I was just going to say there's a time and a place. And it's like the whole time what we were listening to was fess up, Katie, come clean, say unburdening yourself. And that's what it is, where his Peter's mindset seems to be. And then towards the end there, when Seth is like, I'm tired of listening to psychics and whatever people say that my child is dead, da 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 da. I want to remain hopeful. And then you see him backtrack a bit there, and because that's what he's saying. Well, I hope you know, uh, I know I hope I didn't come off too bold and abrasive or brash or whatever the wording was, and it was just like,
Pain.
and it was just like, right. Like if he wanted to say that stuff without Seth on panel, type of thing. But with him on panel, I would have been a lot more. First of all, I think I would have asked him a lot more things.
Oh, for
Um,
sure.
yeah, it was almost like just him talking about how Katie should unburden himself. That's what I would have taken away from this all
Yeah.
is how. I mean, and again, we talk about planting seeds. So that's like I know Seth is smart. Don't get me wrong, and I know that he has his own thoughts already, but talking about planting of seeds for this whole live just or interview just came across as Katie, unburdening yourself. Please, actually, if you're going to do it, Katie, you might as well come on. It's a crime and shame and just unload. Why not?
It's pretty sad to me that, when you have a missing child, you have to have such thick skin at your most vulnerable point, for Seth to be able to sit through this and still, respect a man and say everything that Seth said. That's very thick skin. That's very strong willed. And like I said, at your most vulnerable point in life with your child missing, that to me is heartbreaking.
Oh, 1 second. Hi, husband. You need me? No. No. Are you sure? Okay. You just need your charger? Yep.
Everybody's always asking you, Anne. Your
Yeah.
opinions are most welcome here. I like how you think outside the box.
Yeah. And and Lisette are, have been typically, very good questions, very good thoughts. It's always nice when I see people with that have very good thoughts to put out there. Not everybody, likes to talk in the chat and stuff like that, but do appreciate you guys, because again, I think it's one of those things is that you go around to different channels, you listen to the different thoughts and stuff like that, like I do with myself. Usually a lot of mine, well, I would say that um, I've listened, of course, a lot more to Pascal lately, and some of T Rev and some of CJ, like to do with Sebastian. And I just listened to the different thoughts out there just to see if something else inspires in my head some other thought of what might have happened to Sebastian.
Mhm.
Um, because it's always wise to look at everything as a whole, right? Um, and then just see if there's maybe something that we like, kind of like the construction site. Yes, we know about the construction site, but someone says about a construction worker, maybe he befriended or,
Just
you know,
new thoughts. It's all very helpful. As long as
yeah,
it's respectful, it's all very helpful.
yeah. Um, I can see Seth biting his tongue with his mouth closed. Uh, well, and the thing is that yeah, I can guarantee like that Seth is everywhere. Okay, anywhere that his son's name is mentioned, Seth is everywhere. Okay, um, because again, during especially his downtime, right? The thing is about this. Bottom line is that like when Seth was on the show, like I remember saying it's like, can you imagine that you're just sitting in the house doing nothing, and you just feel like you need to keep doing something,
Mhm.
even though he's exhausted beyond belief and that, but he can't sleep properly, right? How can he sleep knowing that his son's out there and he has no clue where he is and
Mhm.
his mind is on overdrive? Like this guy is literally running on fumes. When you guys get to that point where you're just running on exhaustion and that exhaustion is just keeping you going in a sense too, by the same token, because you just can't relax. You're just trying to think of all the possibilities, all the scenarios, what could have happened. I'm hoping that, with his uh, two PIs, private investigators, that hopefully they'll maybe look into some of the things when I had asked Seth, about do you believe that maybe someone has your son and da 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 da? He said he had some circumstantial information, but hopefully with his PIs, like they'll help him maybe look into those thoughts, because he said TBI's, TBI doesn't give a crap,
Mhm.
in a sense. Um, it would be nice if we ever found out, if Seth ever found out about the clothes from that night, like the black shirt, the jeans, and the sneakers. It would be nice if they could, if he knows, and Katie, well, I mean, she could show him any jeans and whatever, but it would be nice if perhaps they could build some sort of relationship to work together, and perhaps maybe he'll gain some knowledge of that, knowing it's coming from the same place, because it's not going to come from TBI.
That's
The
right.
only information that it's going to come from is Katie. And if Katie has some unburdening to happen, who knows if the truth will be told, or maybe it will at some point. Who knows? We don't know. That's just it, But I don't believe TBI answered him when he was on Pascal's show. In fact, didn't he get more like a backlashing for? I think he said he got more of a backlashing for that.
Hmm.
Anyways, I don't know. I'm certain Seth has considered all the possible. Of course, he has. You, you just try to look at, like, okay, I'd like to know where this whole thing came from about Grandma Bowersock sitting at the school. Where did that come from? That
I don't know. I didn't, like I said, I had been out of the loop. So the first I heard of it was when you brought it up earlier.
Well, it's just only because, as you're looking at stuff and you come across stuff and you're just
Mhm.
like, at first I just rolled my eyes when I seen that. I'm like, sure. So this much into it, we're starting to hear about the Bowersock's mom's car being seen near the school, and stuff like that. And that's what I mean. Like, was that shit that was just made up, that someone inserted into the whole thing? You
Mhm.
know, I mean, I can understand why people were kind of going, well, the Bowersox took off. Let me ask you, Charmaine. Chris Proudfoot's parents, a couple days after Sebastian was missing, went off on their Alaskan trip. A couple days after Sebastian goes missing. What do you think about that, knowing that it's the step grandparents to Sebastian, but it's, of course, their son's current wife's child? Like, what do you think of that? What would you think about that?
I still go back to the version that Chris was away for the entire month of February and they had a long distance marriage. That's why they spent so much time on the phone. I question how close the family was. A trip to Alaska, I suspect, isn't cheap. And if there was no family
Right.
connection there, I mean, it's not, I mean, it doesn't look good, but it's not bad that they went on a vacation if they're not close. If Chris is always away at work and they've got this long distance relationship and they have no real connection to Sebastian, I get it. I do. It doesn't look good, but I get it. What's more concerning to me is mom leaving the house. But I
Actually, who
remember
else
she's
is that?
back now, right? But
You know who said that, actually? Vinny. Vinny Politan said the same thing as you, too.
oh, really?
Yeah.
I haven't watched Vinny for a while. And
Hmm. Well, Vinny, because I was just listening to him last night, and on that one, he said, too, like, the most concerning thing to him is that the mother, Katie, up and left the home. And why would you do that if your son is missing and wants to come back home? Like, that was that was his main takeaway, in a sense, of
because
this.
even if they were getting threats and stuff, like if I was getting threatened, and I mean I'm out there anyways, if people want to send me death threats, like come at me. Like if you're gonna take
I
time
know,
to
right?
come at me. I'm
Yeah, I
especially
know.
if my son was missing, you're not gonna peel me out of that house. It's not gonna happen. Law enforcement is gonna have to kick me out of there. I am staying where my son knows where to find me. Period. Period.
Yeah, we know they're not biological parents, but that's still. So someone just said that because of the job of the grandpa or whatever of the Bauer Sox, that he had a job and it was whatever. And I don't know the story. And honestly, I, in a sense, for the most part, could care less. I don't think that the Bauer Sox have any involvement in Sebastian's disappearance. And if it comes to fruition and true, just like if Katie or Chris had any involvement or whatever, any adult has any involvement, Ellie will figure that out. I mean,
And
they're not
it,
masses.
it doesn't appear to me like they're very close to Sebastian. And that happens sometimes. There's nothing wrong with it. Family dynamics are different. And the fact is that if the only time that we started hearing from Chris's family was when they were defending Chris. So it never had anything to do with
Yeah.
Sebastian when they were speaking out. So
Yeah.
I'm not throwing shade or anything like that. I'm just deducing from that they didn't have a close relationship or bond of any kind with Sebastian. So to me, it's right up there with the polygraph test. It's meaningless
What do you
unless
think?
there's a bigger relationship there and they're just fishy.
What do you think about the fact that Seth was saying that basically Christopher's and Katie's relationship was basically probably going to be like on the brink? You know what I mean? On the brink of breaking up there, like that
What
it
was it?
was well. That Katie's and Chris's relationship was that Christopher had told Seth that their relationship wasn't good. Katie's and Chris's. Is that a shocker? That'd be like number 6, right?
I mean, I'm not a shocker, but at the same time, is it a deflection? To me, if something happened inside that house, it's obvious to me that Chris is doing everything he can to control and to protect Katie. So that could be just another phase in the protection. Like, don't even think we're in cahoots. Our marriage isn't that good. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't. It means nothing when it comes to finding Sebastian. It's meaningless.
I was gonna say,
One
um,
more thing. One more thing. I'm sorry, Anne. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. But go
what she
ahead.
said. Go ahead.
She's just accusing me of Vinny stuff.
That's what I thought. I figured as much, but I gotta read it. Charmaine, not buying you. Haven't watched Vinny in a while. I bet you're lurking, poor Vinny. No, I believe it to be true. To be honest, for undetermined reasons that I'm not going to say. Chris was supporting his wife by speaking up for her. Um, well, I just think at the end of the day, like I said, I just want to understand this timeline of truth for Sebastian. Like, I just want in my head, like, not that I matter, um, but I like to try to put out right the accurate information so that people can at least have the timeline put out to make sense, and then whatever they want to take from that or not from that is up to them. But I just like the little details that keep coming out along the way. um, I listened to it, all, and it's hard to keep up with Seth. I mean, I didn't know he freaking did a live this morning, and I was too busy with my husband this morning, snuggling in bed, trying to sleep of those because of those dreams. And next thing I know, it's like you're telling me that, or who said, no, someone in here said, Peter, hi, it did. You told me, Pascal, that Seth was on Pascal. Here I am just ready to show the video from Justin on TikTok type of thing on the YouTube channel. And then all this has happened today, So um, I don't know. I don't really have a lot more to say here because it's a very confusing case, but I'm just hoping that from this point on that they work together and we'll see how that plays out. And
I'm wondering if you want to end on a positive note.
of course, I don't do that stuff. Come on, stop. No, go ahead.
I was just going to share a little video of I mean, honestly, the cutest kids in the world, but it's the sweetest video ever. I don't know if it'll work or not, but
Doesn't have music to it, right?
no.
Okay.
It's in Messenger if you want to play it, but that would be like the end of your thing, just
Okay.
to
Yeah. Right. So it's not about Seth and Sebastian. It's just our
no,
little smiley video type of thing. Okay.
just to
So
end on a warm, fuzzy note for
okay.
everyone.
Okay. So we'll do that in a sec then. Okay. So for anyone that's, like I said, been watching this live the whole time or not the whole time or comes across this one, please give a like and a share to the video. Bring always awareness to Sebastian. Up in the right hand corner is the QR code for the FBI. If you in the link description is that's pinned to the top comment. You guys can see Seth's Cash App for there. Also, let's just take one last look at, I think it's this one here. Okay, if you guys want to support and help out and you want a Sebastian sweater, then I'll drop the link again. It's also in the description of this video. Anytime you guys want a link for anything to do with um, uh, links like for Sebastian here or links for following on Twitter, Facebook, and those different things, you guys can just go to the description, of this channel and find it after the fact. As for knackered uh, divers, absolutely, I love boots on the ground footage, and I know that CJ, you know, CJ's Crime Concepts. I think I'm saying that right. You know, he's been live streaming and stuff and working on the Sebastian case. I know that Knacker Divers, he seems like a really good dude. That's the one that had talked to Christopher Proudfoot about the dogs and construction site. Anyways, um, again, mad respect to all the creatives that are putting in their effort, boots on the ground. And right, sometimes it's just like you're just like I like watching stuff like that. If it was in my neck of the woods type of thing, which I'm in Canada, so it's gonna be pretty hard because we cover mostly US, right, Canadian?
Yeah,
Yeah. But me and Charmaine, our asses would be down there freaking helping out as well. I know we would be.
absolutely.
That's just the way that we would work. But we're not. So we can only do the best we can through trying to bring you accurate information about as best as we can with the information that we have to ourselves. Anyways, appreciate you guys all for that stuff. Again, green hearts for Sebastian, prayers to Seth. I'll say Katie and Christopher, in hopes that they will work together, but we'll just see how it plays out from here. Maybe some people can, let's just see how it plays out, right? Try to give them a new slate, see how it plays out. If can't teach an old dog new tricks and they remain doing what they're doing, well, then they'll face the wrath of the public still, if not double time. As for Seth, you guys, again, please support him in any way that you can, whether it's financially or through a like and a share of the video, because all he wants is people to keep Sebastian's name out there, his presence out there. And the way that we can do that in our support is many different ways, but at least we can keep keep it at the surface, because we all know that after so much time, people start drifting off the case, and those same people that drifted off will come back when an important break will happen in the case, perhaps. And then there's some people that will just continue to follow it. But we all know kind of what happens in true crime. If it's not kept in the awareness consistently, it starts dropping off. And then
Yeah,
next, it kind of happened with Dylan Rounds, I would say. It was there, and then no news, and then can't find his body, and it just kind of drops off, right? Because there's nothing else to talk about. But for the parent of the missing, even if there's nothing to talk about, it's just about the awareness still of
yeah.
keeping the story out there. So with that being said, appreciate that, and thank you to the subscribers. And Charmaine, I'll give you your final thoughts if there is any more that you have on Sebastian's, and then we'll go into this video.
No final thoughts at all. Just support Seth and the entire family, and hope for a positive result, and that Sebastian is safe somewhere and he'll be found soon. And keep on bringing the information, Sunny. Like,
Well, I'm working on a project for Sebastian, and it will be for everybody again, in a sense, But I'm gonna give you a like. So I did a time like I did the informational one, which had Sebastian and the picture of him with the different timelines and. But I'm doing a more of a visual one so that people visually see. Again, the only visual I can give you at best is just putting all the information from the timeline part of it, but I'll add more stuff into it as well. But is from giving it to you only, of course, from the perspective from what Katie has said mostly. Um, and so that will be in conjunction with the video spot where they're actually talking about it at the same time, but it's going to be more of a visual because I know people like visuals that way. It's more just like I do. I like to see it right in front of my face, type of idea. I like the visual aspect. But anyways, so with that being,
just a couple more things.
oh,
Quick things. Are you doing a Delphi live anytime soon? I've been
well,
working hard at catching up.
have you? We
I've been
can
trying.
we can, if you want, we can do shit. Okay.
Just think about it. I mean, there's no rush, right?
No,
I
no,
just
no. I was wanting to do one yesterday on Friday because I figured that would be a good day. So
you had your work.
yes, let's do Delphi. Okay, if there's any Sebastian update, we'll be talking about a little bit of that, but we'll do Delphi tomorrow night. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it will be probably a combo.
Yeah. And then I wanted to let everybody know that Travis and I will be doing a live stream and talking about the West Memphis 3 case, which is kind of a big deal for me. No, Travis is going to get back to me on when, but he did say that he would absolutely love to. There is new news, which is huge. So I'm looking forward to talking about that case. And I know that there's been a lot of interest in some of the groups that we chat in together, and it gets very heated. So it could be very interesting. Travis does have a connection to the actual case, so it's going to be good.
Yeah. Okay. And then so in saying that, like says Charmaine, and I will be doing it with Travis on this channel. Only thing that's going through my head is that do I kick Aspen out of his spot because you need to have control and then give it back to him after? Because me, when I say that, in order to do anything in the channel to move things around, you have to have what do I want to call it?
Yeah, like I could do it on my channel, but I don't have any. I think
No.
you'd get a lot more traction if it was
Yeah.
here, because I have no desire in building my channel, to be honest with you. So
Yeah.
just do it here.
I was just gonna say, yeah, no, it's just about so when like I pay for the $25 American one every month to get 2 seats. Okay. I used to have 3 seats when StreamYard had a sale on, and it was like $9.99 for an extra seat. And then I got rid of that, when it was just me and Aspen, and Deb has been creating her own stuff on her channel, Deb's True Crime Notebook. But anyways, so I'm not about to jump to the $50 mark just because of what. So
One live.
then that's what I'm saying. So let me know, and then that way I'll boot Adam out of his seat for whatever, the Memphis 3, and then to
We
put
can
you.
figure it all out later.
Yeah, exactly. So just let me know when it's going to happen, but it will be on this channel that they do it. Okay, guys. Yeah. Okay. And then was that that's it?
That's all.
Okay. So apparently we're going to watch this.
Yes, nice warm fuzzy video.
Okay, I got to find it again now.
This should be the very first one on the. This is my entire heart, you guys.
Okay, hold on. Oh, is Aspen talking in chat there?
Yeah, he just wants you to send him a link later. It's all good.
Okay, hold on. I think I had to download it. Share screen. No, not. Not share screen. I think it's video file. Okay.
Why are you snoring on me? Oh my goodness, look at them. Is there volume? Yes. There's volume.
It's the most volume. It's like max volume.
That is Jackson and Layla.
Huh. Why is the
Wait till
volume?
little Macy
Now
takes
she's away. She's gonna be hungry. Can I hold her too?
Your 3 grandbabies.
Yes, and look at Macy. She just keeps saying it's okay.
What do you think? She's pretty awesome.
I see double thumbs.
Yes.
That's her first time
Oh,
meeting.
it's a present.
Thank you. Good job.
She's my sister.
Oh, she's so cute.
It's my sister. Oh, hold on
Yeah.
a second. I'll watch that first part again. So I was too busy trying to listen to the sound.
Let me see. You gotta make sure you support her head.
Oilers, what?
I
What?
know. It
What?
kills me. It kills me.
Now she's away.
She's gonna be hungry.
Can I hold her too?
Macy, turn. Slowly.
If I could put my son back in the oven and redo him, I probably would.
Yeah, so precious.
They're just so innocent.
Mhm.
Wow, you guys. What do you think? She's pretty awesome.
I see double thumbs.
Yes. Okay.
Charmaine, she has your tongue.
Thank you.
Mm.
Good job.
She's my sister.
She's my sister.
Oh, so cute. Yeah,
Aw.
she's a good sleeper. She sleeps for like 3 hours at a time. And yes, she was she had a full head of hair when she came out. My daughter said that explains the heartburn. Yeah.
Right?
So, but everything's good. And I just wanted to share that because I thought it was just precious. That was their first time meeting little Layla. And ever since they've been holding her, they're much more comfortable now. But they're my whole heart. I love them to death. And I wanted to share with you guys.
Thank you so much. I want to see, what did this say for a second? It's amazing how Chad Daybell trial is just cooking along and very few are following. That was so huge as time goes on. Absolutely. That whole thing, how wacko jackos for that. Yeah, that was so cute. And thank you, Jason Riddle, for subscribing. So we are just coming to the end of our live. So if anyone's just popping in, please go hit the replay on there. Give the, again, video a like and a share. And you know what? To be honest with you, Charmaine. Oh, wait. Let me just be braggadocious about my wishing well again that I made yesterday.
Such
Okay.
a good job.
It's such a, see? It's such a good little well. Did you guys like it? My little bucket and everything? Total dollar store bucket right there. Well,
awesome.
didn't cost me $1, but yeah. I want to show you. Hold on. No, my husband's. Oh yeah, just hold on. I just want to see if I can show you my husband's what he made. Give me one, Charmaine. Just talk about your grandchild for a sec or anything. Be right back.
Okay. Yes. She was very little, but she was the biggest of the 3 grandkids. Jackson, I think, was 6 pounds, 5 ounces. Macy was 6 pounds, 9 ounces. And Layla's 7 pounds, 8 ounces. But look at the hair on her. It's crazy. But she doesn't fuss a whole lot.
Now she's away.
She's gonna be hungry.
And
Can I hold
they're
her
just
too?
they're very sweet kids.
Slowly.
Preston Lord from Arizona. I'll look into that. I love how Macy just keeps saying it's okay. I don't know if she's trying to tell Layla it's okay or trying to tell herself it's okay. Oh, so cute.
What do you think? She's pretty awesome.
I say double thumbs up.
Yes. Okay.
Thank
you. Good job, Macy.
He's my sister.
Choose that. But
He's my sister. So it was very exciting. They got to stay up. Their bedtime is 7:30, and they didn't get home from the hospital until 8:30. So they were allowed to stay up and wait, and it was very, very exciting. It was good. Layla, Macy, and Jackson. Yeah. Teeny tiny. And it doesn't last very long. So, and they grow so fast. I cannot believe that my first grandson is 7 years old already, turning 8 later this year. It's crazy. Yes, I was there for a little over a week. She was due to be induced on Friday, but she had pneumonia, like I said earlier, so that was put off for 5 days. So unfortunately, I could only stay for a couple of days after baby came, but I was comfortable leaving. Mom was doing good. Baby was adjusting fine. The kids were behaving themselves, and Dad was just in his glory. So I felt good about leaving, and I'll be going back as often as I can. But it was good.
I think I came back. I want to show you. I'm back. Okay, but I have to be careful because he just stained it. Hold on. He just stained it. Okay, ready? Oops, it's going. Oops.
That's cool.
Whoops. He made a little tractor thing on there. There we go. Whoops, I went blurry. Hold on. Stupid camera. Sick of this thing going blurry.
Is he going to become a toy maker now too?
Oh, then hold on. I'll just go put it back. Well, my husband can build whatever. A little tractor was going through his head. That's why I told him. I said it's time to start thinking about Christmas. I just got to go put this back down. 1 sec.
Yeah, so I think 4 hours and 2 minutes. That's a pretty long live for a Sunday. Is it Sunday? I think it's Sunday.
Yeah, it's Sunday.
Yeah, it's Sunday. And about the West Memphis, Damien Eccles put out a tweet the other day saying that they were granted the ability to do new DNA testing, which is absolutely huge because some of that DNA testing is I can't remember, but they use the some kind of a vacuum. So it's a pretty big deal. And if you don't know about the case, I'm sure Travis and I will give some kind of a recap on it. But I know it's a very emotional case. Anytime you bring it up anywhere, people have their opinions about it, and it's a pretty big deal. So I'm really looking forward to it. You're muted.
No, I'm not. I didn't say anything.
Oh.
I just got black on my. I'll just pretend like that didn't happen. Anyways, it's stain. It's like it's not paint, it's stain.
Right.
So it's. I'll just have to restain it over there. But anyway, yes, West Memphis 3. I actually don't know nothing about the case.
It would have drove you crazy back in the 90s when it happened. Yeah. I wrote my paper on it in college. Crazy.
West Memphis 3.
Satanic Panic.
Where is that out of? What?
Arkansas, West Memphis.
Okay, West Memphis. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
3 little 8-year-old boys. Robin Hood Hills, the murders at Robin Hood Hills. Remember anything about that? Maybe not. No. It would drive you insane. Insane.
They're not sure yet. Charmaine will let me know when her and Travis have a time for that.
Yeah. It's really dependent on his schedule, right? So as soon as he lets me know, I will let Sunny know, and it'll happen.
Yeah. I do want to say one other thing. Yesterday, was my husband landed here on Weed Day, like 9 years ago today.
Oh wow.
Yesterday.
420.
Huh?
420.
Yeah, 420. And so, do you remember? Did you ever listen to my story about when he landed?
No.
No. Okay. So I'm going to close off with that because my husband. So when we met on a game called RuneScape. Okay. Now we had met, and it was just one of the. Okay, so I was playing RuneScape. He came into my chats. A friend of my other friend invited him. I was just, I seen the name in my chat because it was like my chat room, and his name was Steve Austin, and I laughed about it because Steve Austin was one of my favorite things for the Bionic Man and the Bionic Woman growing up. So I was thinking about the $6 million man. Didn't really speak to him besides, "Hey, how are you?" So I was talking to this douchebag named Mike, who kind of disappeared for a week. Like we were hanging out on our game, and then all of a sudden he just disappeared, eh? And so I was pissed because I was just like, you just don't do that to people, just disappear. I have no idea. Like, what happened to you, dude? Like, are you okay? That's my first thought. Like, did something happen to you? Are you okay? Usually they're all fine, trust me. But, anyways, so I just happened to message Steve because I knew he was from England, and so was this other guy named Mike from England. So I said, hey, by chance, have you seen Mike around? And then he answered me back and said, no, but if I do, I'll be sure to let you know. And I was just like, oh, what a nice guy. Anyway, we started talking from that moment on, in a sense. It was a very short time when all of a sudden my husband, not me, my cub husband says, oh, well, this is when I was working at the Canada. He goes, because I didn't care about men at this point because I had already been separated from my husband of 17 years, Steve, different Steve. And so about a year had gone by, type of thing. And I started dating a few men in Whitecourt and stuff like that. Bunch of douches, to be honest with you. When you're from an oil filled town, they all think that they smell like roses because they have money, and they don't. Most of them suck. And so, anyways, but they all thought that they were special. I got tired of, so I started dating for a little bit. It's kind of when I became a Sunny Sloot. Okay. And then I got tired of those idiots. So I was like, went back to gaming. Yeah. RuneScape. I was like, whatever. That's when I met my husband now, Steve Austin. But anyways, so I would just say it was like the Pretty Woman story, right? Fell in love. Like literally, we just, like, it wasn't, we didn't mean to. We just connected on so many levels. My husband, he doesn't like younger people or people his age because he finds them immature, but yet he's a joker around. Like, he's an older soul, but he loves to joke around. Honestly, that man could make me piss my pants in a second with the stuff that he would say and stuff like that. And the British accent, of course, helped along in that. But anyways, we started talking for about 3 months, and anyways, he comes over. So we're waiting, and he's going to come over, right? We're at the point where we want to be together. We don't want to be apart and whatever. And he's like, the first thing I'm going to do when I land is I'm going to kiss you. And I'm like, okay, I'm realistic here. I know exactly how that stuff goes. What they think they're going to do, and once they actually meet you in real, is usually two different things. Like, you have that connection online, but usually when you see each other for the first time, usually things maybe don't transpire the way that it's pictured in your head. So I was like, yeah, okay, right? Because my husband was not this person. Like, he wasn't this he's not this big outwardly person, right? So I'm like, for him to say that, well, that's like saying, like you're climbing the highest mountain to me, and you're probably not going to reach that peak and do what you're saying because you could just see he wasn't really that way, like that person. Like, here, give you a running smooch and right, hadn't been there, yeah. And so, anyways, so this is what happened. My husband, that I don't even realize it. Anyways, it's Weed Day, April, like I said, 20th here, 2015. My mom had died just in February, so he never got to meet my mom, which so he felt really bad that he couldn't be with me as I was going through my mom in the hospital and stuff like that. I had flown out from Alberta to back home here because my mom didn't have much longer to live. She had stage 4 cancer. She was 67 when she died. Anyway, so he comes out in April. And I tell you, Charmaine, the day, the month couldn't, it must have been like a year is what it felt like. You know,
Mhm.
when your heart, well, Charmaine, you might not know this anymore, but, or maybe you know that now with Ian, but my heart was in so much pain as you just ached because you just fell in love with this person, and I knew he was such a great guy. I could tell by his words. You know, you read between the lines, and what he was saying, you still read between the lines, and you're just like, "Dang!" Right? Because I said to him, "Dang, you ever think about coming over to Canada?" My husband said, "No, but for you, I would."
Aw.
Really? I wasn't. I mean, I was just joking, but really, so he's just like, yes, I never really thought about it, but like coming to Canada or whatever. But honestly, he said, I don't want anybody else to have you. Right? Shock horror. And
Mhm.
so, anyways, yeah, he cut. So I asked my one friend, Sarah, but she can't because she has to be somewhere. So I'm stuck with Rachel as being my driver. At this point, I'm not driving, don't have a vehicle. Rachel, you want to talk about the salute of the hotel? Rachel, whenever I would go to work, usually she was telling me what room she was in with some guy. And
Oh
I
my gosh.
and her sister would be watching the front desk with her son, right? And I'd be like, "Where's Rachel?" And don't get me wrong, Rachel was like, she was just like this beautiful girl, like beautiful, just beautiful face, beautiful hair, young, wild, with a child, but free to make it the way to many different rooms. So it just became of like, okay, to her sister, I can't think of her sister's name. Where's Rachel? She'll get her ass back down here, please, because I'm here now. Da 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 da. And I would just sit there and shake my head. And whenever Sarah, which is our general manager, whenever she would say, "I know everything that goes on at the hotel," it would just make me internally laugh inside. Sarah, you don't know shit. Trust me, you don't know shit, and I ain't telling you shit either. But anyways, um, so Rachel was the one that was gonna drive me to the airport to pick up. Um, so this is pretty much what happened that day, and it's an unforgettable day for me that we'll never forget. So Rachel is supposed to pick me up about 1:30. So I'm standing outside, all ready to go. Where's Rachel? Rachel, where are you? Oh, I'm just uptown still paying my bills because I can't drive. I guess I can't, whatever, because I have all these fines I need to pay. I'll be there shortly. Okay. An hour later, Rachel finally shows up. I
Oh my.
already tell her that I'm going to give her like gas money, of course, to take me there, whatever. So just as she comes and finally picks me up, and it's her and her sister, okay? And we get to the top of the hill of White Court there at the gas station, and she's like, "Hey, remember that money you said you were going to give me? Do you think you could give it to me now? Because I really need gas money because I just had to pay all these fines." And I was like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, no problem." Da, 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 right? Okay. So Rachel has this little freaking flip phone, little flip phone, and the whole way there, she's sitting there texting with her legs driving. It was either that or her sister was driving with the wheel up front. And
What?
I'm just, yeah, right. So she's texting because all she's worried about is getting her weed while she's in Edmonton, right? And so she's literally texting on this little piece of shit flip phone and driving with her legs the whole thing. And I'm just like, and she has the GPS, right? We get, I think it's kind of like to this before, I think like around Onaway. Um, and all of a sudden, she's like off course. And I'm like, Rachel, do you know where we're going? And she's like, oh, yeah, the GPS, whatever, turned off. And we realized we were lost at some point. So we make our way back around. and start heading back off to Edmonton the proper way. And I'm just kind of looking at the time, thinking that my husband's going to be landing, or my, Steve, my other half, because we're not married or anything yet. Anyways, my boyfriend. And so we're driving, and all of a sudden, it's like we're freaking in like Cowtownville, and I'm like, looking at the time, going, like, where the frick are we? So somehow Rachel managed to miss the entire airport and keep driving past it, right? So I'm looking at the time now, and my husband's going to be landing. I say husband because he's my husband now. Is going to be landing in like 20 minutes. But we're like way past the airport. And I'm just like, and I was just like, Rachel, like GPS. And she's just like, yeah. She goes, it's not working or whatever, right? And I'm not really understanding all this GPS, just fact that it gets you there, but there was constructions along the way, whatever. Either way, she was so focused on her and her sister about getting the weed and whatever. Anyways, so we finally turn around. Now my husband has pretty much landed at this point, and I'm still not at the airport. I'm trying to message him to let him know, like, I'm going to show up. Promise. I'm not going to leave you stranded, because that's somebody's worst fear, right? You get there,
Yeah.
do a 10-hour flight from freaking England, and nobody's there to pick you up. And I promised him I would be there on time. Yeah, I had plenty of time to be there on time. But Rachel, like I said, freaking space cadets all over the place. And so when I get there, it's already been about 20 minutes, 30 minutes past when he should have landed, right? And I'm getting pissed off because Steve's not messaging me. I'm trying to message him and not realizing that in the US, the SIMS card or whatever, well, it's not going to work in Canada. And that's why I couldn't reach him, I come to find out. So he had no way of getting hold of me, and I had no way of getting hold of him. So as soon as the car freaking stops in front of the international thing, I freaking bolt in there. I see this lady that works at the airport, and I'm like, excuse me, can you please tell me where the international people are and whatever? And I'm looking at the thing, and then all of a sudden I hear, Sunny? And I took her around, and I'm like, there he was sitting there, okay? So
Aw.
now so I go over there, and I'm just like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. So, da 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 da, right? Like I said, it's turning into a day from hell, and everything is just going wrong. Everything that I planned was supposed to go right, should have gone right. Thank you, Rachel, for this particular day. But in this sense, I mean, it's laughable. So what happens is that, so finally, I get Steve, and I'm like standing there, and he's not really saying, besides saying, hello, thought I was kind of stuck here type of thing by myself, and I wasn't sure if you were showing up. No big smack on my lips happened. Okay. There was no moment where there was this big kiss that landed on my lips. And I'm like, so I'm standing there, and he's kind of not saying anything. And I said, is there something wrong? And he's just like, no. And I'm like, well, how come you're not saying anything? And he's like, oh no, there's nothing wrong. And I'm like, well, weren't you the one that said that you were going to smack this big kiss on my lips when you see me, type of thing? And I said, and you're just kind of just standing there. And so I'm like, did you want to go back home? Like, and he's like, no. And then anyway, so that went to us going towards the car, and Steve's inside now. Rachel is so focused on this weed that she's going to get, right? So I said to my, again, soon to be husband at some point. But anyways, so I said to Steve, well, like Rachel, she needs to go pick up her weed or something first, whatever, and then we'll head, back to my place. And so we get in the vehicle, head off to downtown Edmonton, and Rachel parks, and she's like, I'm just going to go meet up with whatever to get my whatever. Okay. We go off to the store that's in front of us, me, her sister, and Steve. We go off into this little store, say like a 7-Eleven type store, and then come back. And then we're just sitting there waiting for Rachel, waiting for Rachel. She comes back, and then she's like, he's not there. I don't know what's going on. I need to, figure out what's going on. And she's messaging. And so she drives, and she's going to go put money for more gas, because at this point she needs more gas. She gets there, and she's like, oh my God, I guess I lost my debit card in that bar I was just at, right? She was supposed to meet up, right? Do you have extra money for more gas? And it's not like it wasn't true. This is Rachel. She literally lost her debit card in that whole time that we were parked and didn't have any money for gas. So I said, okay, looking at Steve going, he's tired. He's like 3 sheets to the wind because he hadn't slept and he went to Iceland first and it was really bumpy and blah, blah, blah. Anyways, the 10-hour flight all around. And so we were literally spending 3 hours, Charmaine, in Edmonton as she's trying to get her weed, right?
Oh,
And I'm sitting there going, like me and Steve, I'm looking at him going, like, so sorry, like, holy fuck. Like, not only did she not pick me up on time, we didn't get to the airport on time, everything, like, fuck you, Rachel. You fucking just ruined my entire day so far. Finally, Charmaine, she gets her weed and we start heading home. Yeah. Freaking the car, her and her sister, like freaking Cheech and Chong.
oh my God.
Her sister is holding on to the wheel driving as Rachel is lighting up her pipe. The smoke is just billowing from the car, and then she would hand the bowl to her sister. Then she would light up, and then Rachel's driving with her legs, trying to text still, and it's billowing out that way. And then it starts coming, of course, to the back of the vehicle. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I've smoked some pot in my day for sure. Okay, back in the day. My husband never smoked, did drugs, type of thing, has a drink once in a blue moon. Okay. He's like, well, thanks for the free high that he didn't ask for. Because it was a Cheech and Chong.
Yeah, just to get you stoned. I don't do it either, but I've been stoned thanks to other people.
Where there's smoke, there's fire. Well, like that's the thing, is that like literally, I'm not kidding you when I say this is the most ridiculous shit that I'm watching. That me and Steve have just spent hours in Edmonton. She loses her bank card. I constantly keep feeding her gas money. I'm just like, are you kidding me, Rachel? Like, are you seriously kidding me now? It got to the point that you either had to laugh about it or be pissed off. And I chose to laugh about it because there was no changing the course of what had already happened. And so all I wanted to do was get the F home. And, and Steve too, who's exhausted. But I can never get that picture out of my head of these two, Twiddledee and Twiddledummer, sitting there piping it up, billowing out of the car like Cheech and Chong. Like, I'm not kidding you when I say it's billowing. And I'm just thinking, cops around? Anybody? Like, are we gonna get pulled over? Like, that's how ridiculous the smoke was coming out of the car. And you have one person driving with the legs, and then then their sister reaching over, steering, as the other one's, as Rachel's driving, but she has the bowl in her hand going and puffing. And
Wow.
finally we make it home. Can't remember, 10:30, 11:30, something like that. Steve doesn't remember 2 days after that. I'm like, you honestly don't remember the best sex of your life? You don't? The only thing I think he remembers about that is I was trying to be really sexy because I promised strawberries. I was keeping to my word, right? And he didn't give me no smack on the kids. I was strawberries, chocolate, whipped cream, whatever. Yeah. All I remember is that I bought this Smucker's chocolate and I thought I was being sexier than shit, putting it on his back. And I was going to rub it all around, lick it off his back. Okay. Let me just say this. Like Velcro, when you like throw a ball and the Velcro just sticks.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Literally just stuck. The minute I put that chocolate, whatever that Smucker shit is that hardens, I put it on his back and my hands just stuck. And there was nothing sexy about it at all. But it kind of reminds me when I was one time trying to be sexy, which I don't try to be often, but I was. And I bought strawberries and whipped cream, sprayed it on, and then I would go lick it and then plop right on the computer keyboard. And my husband never forgets that. I'll never forget it. The minute you actually try to be sexy is the minute you fail. But anyways.
Those are the memories worth living for.
The only thing that my husband, I think, remembers out of those first 2 days, because he remembers shit all, because he was so exhausted, because he'd been up all night and then wait, like the plane ride and then that whole shabagle with Rachel. Is the fact that of the chocolate on his back, that my hands just stuck. You know, it was such a mess to clean up. Never
I
did
can
it again.
imagine.
Never did it again. Well, I think it was the wrong Smuckers. I think that was the hard shit. That, anyways, um, that memory to us now, whenever we think about that day that he came and landed, a day that should have been simple. Didn't even know it was weed day, anything
I
like.
was thinking too, because you know what? To get to the airport from Whitecourt,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like you drive one
yeah,
highway and then there's a big sign and you go
yeah,
that way and then the
airport.
airport is there.
Yeah,
And it's a big international airport. So
yeah. And I'm the one that said, when I think we're like literally leaving Edmonton, I was too busy. You have to understand the whole drive. It's like watching Twiddledee and Twiddledummer
I
as they're
can only
sitting there
imagine.
trying to text on this little freaking, phone, flip phone. Like it was so ridiculous. And I'm sitting there trying to like just trying to stay alive on my ride to go pick up my soon to be husband. Yeah. Um, anyways, all I know is from that day, like I said, he never left. He had the option. He had our ticket to go home. But so whenever I tell the story, it reminds me of the Pretty Woman, when it's like, nobody else is having you, Sonny. Da, 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 I'm here with. So I always think of the Pretty Woman movie, because he said, nobody else is having you. And
Aw.
so every now and again, I have to remind them about that, because whenever he gives me his British attitude, I'm like, do you still love me like you used to, like that before? Because your attitude's not showing that right now. No, no, no. So, anyways, whenever we talk about that story, it was such a joke that you had to laugh. Everything that could have went wrong, because Rachel, if anyone knew Rachel, she was a nice girl, don't get me wrong, but she was all over the map. She was just a wild child that you had to rein in, and Rachel's not a child that you can rein in too easily. She probably was the last person I wanted to take me to the airport, but in saying that, it's like it's been a funny memory of that whole
Absolutely.
day. Yeah.
Memorable.
I honestly, I was just like, what else could go wrong? I
Yeah.
mean, come on now. I mean, what else could go wrong today? But
Yeah.
yeah, I just felt horrible that here he was at the airport by himself and I wasn't there.
Yeah.
And imagine being that person getting off of a plane and going, oh,
Another country. Yeah.
well, the thing is, right, exactly, out of a whole nother country, and you're there because you have met this woman that you've fallen in love with, and she's not even there to meet or greet you, you know? Anyway, and so I bug him too about how he never kissed me. Oh, actually, I'll tell you a funny in all this. So when we did get back to the place, right, I'm still waiting for this kiss. So we get there and I'm still I'm still unsure because he's not overly talkative. And so I'm standing there and he's standing at the doorway in the bedroom and I'm like, what? Is there something wrong with my lips? Do you not want to kiss me? Do you not want to be here? What is it? Like, just spit it out because
He's
he's not
nervous.
right, right. Okay, okay. So then he says to me, don't tell him I told you this, guys, but he says to me, okay, he had one other person before. Okay, just think about this. My husband was 25 at the time that I met him. I'm 21 years older, right? Which put me at like 45 or 46, whatever it was. So he had only had like a one girlfriend and she had like cheated on him. So anyways, he comes to tell me that he wasn't sure how to kiss. Like he knew how to kiss on the lips, but not with
Mhm.
whatever. So I'm thinking, well, you promised me this freaking kiss. Oh, and so I said, don't worry about it. I'll teach you. I'm a great teacher. I literally, so in that moment, I was just like, give me your lips. Let me teach you how to kiss. Right? I'm not even kidding. No, that's me. Because it's like, because I don't want him to feel whatever. But once I understood that he was nervous and that he had never really kissed a female like that, I was like, little do you know, these lips, they know how to kiss. All right. So I showed him, okay, he mastered it in 30 seconds. 30 seconds, he mastered it. And I was like, you are the best student ever. So, no, and honestly, I taught my husband a lot of things. I made him the man he is today when it comes to that stuff. I was like, toys, let me talk about toys. Let me, let me show you. All you had to do was show him once, and my husband was
Good to
the
go.
only well, Charmaine, the only thing he hasn't mastered, the one thing that he has not mastered is when he's wrong to apologize. It's the only one thing that he doesn't seem to know how to master.
But he's a guy. Like, he's a guy.
Yeah.
That's what they
All I
do.
know is that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And if he tells you otherwise, he's lying. Just saying. Yeah. I'm a great kisser, by the way, Charmaine.
It's a beautiful story about how you first laid eyes on your husband. Love it.
9 years ago. Yesterday is when he landed. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's some anniversary too.
Right. In July 11th, we'll be married 9 years. So,
wow.
Yeah. Well, it was one of those things. We knew we were going to get married. So, in order for him to stay in Canada, we got married. We just basically, I didn't actually, I knew we were going to get married. He actually proposed to me on my birthday, July 3rd. Like, I came home and there's balloons going down my front way. And I'm thinking, oh, that's so sweet, right? Because it's for my birthday. And so, you guys, I get home and there's balloons that are going down, like stuck into the ground, going down the little walkway. And then at the top of it, there's a heart in flowers with a candle or something like that. And then when I get into the house, there's like little leaves or little petals into the kitchen. And then there's a heart there. And then he was on his bended knee with the song playing of the Brickman song, Valentine. My Valentine, it's called. And that was playing. And then he asked me, and I was meaning I knew we were going to get married. And then I wasn't even thinking about it though. So I was just kind of like, oh, you got me. Because I was just thinking about my birthday. And then all of a sudden he proposed on my birthday in this heart. And yeah, I was just like, oh, duh. Anyways, we got married July 11th. He asked me to marry him on July 3rd. And then, yeah, I mean, he's been my slave. I mean, best friend, did whatever ever since. Yeah, you guys jealous? Who's jealous? You jealous, Charmaine?
No.
Just kidding. No,
I'm
shut up. Just quickly, I know we're into our personal time now, and people will have left by now. But how are you and Ian doing over there?
Just fine. Yeah, he's in BC and doing his thing, and I'm in Alberta doing my thing, and
yeah,
he'll come and visit me when he can, and it is what it is.
Are you in pre-love stage?
Well, it's hard to say that. I mean,
let it out. Just let it out, Charmaine.
I'm not prepared to
go there yet.
divulge that information on a live stream.
I know. I was pushing my limits there. Go. Happy landing.
He's a very nice man, and I'd be happy to tell you more backstage.
Yeah, exactly. Which we're going to go to right now. So anyways, you guys, so usually at the end of the live or whatever, we just kind of have our whatever talk sometimes here. And, but anyways, thanks you guys for listening to my story of my husband's landing. Happy anniversary, husband. Okay. And thank you, Charmaine, for coming on, and thank you guys for watching. And I got nothing better to do today, so I was just chilling here, to be honest with you. I could be, no, I'm working on the project, which I'll finish later. But other than that, I had no major plans for today. You know, so that's why this live is 4 hours and 33 minutes. Anyways, so prayers for Sebastian. Hope he's found you guys. We'll see you tomorrow night. And other than that, thank you, Charmaine, again. Congratulations on your new grandbaby. And thank you guys in chat. And don't forget to hit the like and the share if you could. And that's it, right, Charmaine?
That's it. Grandbaby is good. Thank you, gaming.
Yeah, iGaming. All right, intro's coming. Extra.